Yeah, a literal jump scare. All right. Let's see. Let's stick with some of the garbage and then we'll get into the heavy stuff. Or do you guys want to do Palestine first? Hmm. Mentalize. Let me. The Night Rider, welcome to the YouTube. Hardest news first. Save the lighter stuff for the end. I usually find that's a good way to go because I if I don't, I tend to get like depressed at the end of stream if I have to like end on like the heavy stuff. It like sits with me more. All right. Hmm. Oh, why not?
Navarra Media's Ash Sarkar was on BBC Question Time this week. Let's see how it went.
40,000 people in Gaza are dead.
About Gaza, but not necessarily the heavy stuff. And then we'll kind of work our way up to like the real heavy, and then we'll go back down.
At least, that's probably an undercount, at least 16,000 children. This week, an independent UN report singled out the destruction of healthcare services in particular and said that Israel could be guilty of the crime of extermination. Israel is facing accusations of genocide at the International Court of Justice. The International Criminal Court also found that Israel had been upholding apartheid and occupation predominantly in the West Bank. This was not about self-defense. It was about using the horrific events of October 7th as an excuse to ethnically cleanse parts of Gaza, to destroy much of the Palestinian population in Gaza, and to redraw the regional map so that Israel comes out on top.
I mean, really important there. Issues we talk about so much on this show. Let's go to a next intervention. Ash was asked about a hypothetical. What would Israeli self-defense have looked like if they hadn't done what they did?
You have to look at what is most in the interests of civilians, both Palestinian and Israeli. The only way forward would be a negotiated settlement. There was ceasefire for hostages deals on the table as far back as last October. And part of the reason why Netanyahu kept rejecting it is because he thought he could push his part further. And so that has endangered Israeli civilians. They've been subject to rocket attacks. It's endangered the lives of those hostages who are still in Gaza.
So what do you think?
In utter savagery.
What do you think Israel should have done on the 8th of October?
I think what they should have done is negotiated for those hostages back and also put
negotiate with Hamas.
Yes, and put a
on the
peace
day
process.
after the attack.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. I can hear you laughing in the background. Nothing that the Palestinians have done has resulted in the advancement of their cause. When they've chosen peaceful means, like the Great March of Return a couple of years ago, Israeli forces opened fire and killed over 200 people.
Okay.
It's kind of odd the way this. You would negotiate with them the day after October the 7th. I mean,
how dare.
in a hostage situation, you do normally
What are you
negotiate
gonna
with the
do?
hostage takers kind of straight away. Like the response to a hostage situation isn't normally let's
Murder everyone
bomb
in
a bunch of
sight.
cities and kill tens of thousands of civilians. The response that Israel has had to a hostage situation is not normal. We don't want to start seeing that as the precedent which one would expect in such a situation, and treat any other proposal as sort of borderline ridiculous. I don't think that would be a particularly helpful or healthy place for us to get to as a society. Also on the panel was conservative author and satirist Konstantin Kissin. Here's how he responded to Ash's points.
The idea that in the wake of the largest terrorist attack in living memory in Israel and around the world, the solution to that was to negotiate with the people who not only did it, not only murdered over 1,000 people and raped women and took hundreds of hostages and dragged them off, but also have continued to commit themselves to repeating that attack again and again and again. The idea that you could possibly negotiate with these people when they continue to promise to repeat their terrorist attack. The man who was killed today was appointed to replace the man who was assassinated, who was the previous leader of Hamas, in order to demonstrate the commitment to this. Jeremy Bowen of the BBC just a few days ago interviewed one of the leaders of Hamas who refused to commit to his two-state solution, who refused to abandon the cause of terrorism. My point to you is there's an option on the table for Hamas, which is to hand back the hostages they've taken, to withdraw the threat that they have given repeatedly through their various leaders, to repeat the terrorist attack of October 7th, to hand over the terrorists who committed those atrocities for justice. And then Israel, of course, must immediately stop hostilities and negotiate for peace.
Oh, yeah.
There is an option that they can immediately do, right? There's an option that Israel could immediately do as well, which is withdraw all of its settlements from the West Bank, which is to say the Palestinians can have a state, which is to end apartheid, right? Both sides could do something which would immediately end the conflict, but neither sides are willing to because, well, I suppose on the Israeli case, they don't need to because they're so strong. And on the Palestinian side, it's because their minimum demands haven't been met. None of them they can live with. Aaron, what did you make of that sort of conversation? It's always a difficult question to get asked, what should they have done on October the 8th? Because it ignores the fact that, well, what Israel probably should have done is not
been an
illegally
apartheid
occupy
state.
The West Bank and Gaza
exactly.
for 56 years.
Well, that's quite right. I mean, the context here is all important. If you're going to decry terrorism, then talk about the King David Hotel bombing by the Irgun and Zionist militias, which killed, I think, 90 plus people. Talk about the fact that hundreds of British personnel were killed in the Mandate of Palestine, all the way up to the Declaration of Independence by Israel. Talk about the fact, Michael, this is really extraordinary, the sergeants' affair. There were two sergeants, two British sergeants. They weren't just killed and hanged by Zionist militias. Their bodies were booby-trapped so that when they would be cut down by their comrades, they would also be harmed. Indeed, one of those men was. This was celebrated by somebody who would go on to become, Menachem Begin, who would go on to become the president of Israel, or the prime minister of Israel, effectively one of the most senior political figures in Israel. And yet, people who say these are wonderful political figures, this is a country whose morals are spick and span, beyond reproach. Apparently, Hamas and Hezbollah are abysmal. You can never work with them. You can never negotiate with them. What do you think the origins of Israel are? What do you think the Irgun was? What do you think the Stern Gang was? What do you think Lehi was? These were all terrorist militias. They killed people, and they got what they wanted. By the way, when those two sergeants were killed and hanged, and like I say, one of their bodies was booby-trapped, once that happened, the Brits, in particular Ernest Bevin, who I think at the time was the Foreign Secretary, said, we have to get out of here. These people are nuts. We are not capable of engaging with this. There is not, quote unquote, a political solution here because the violence is just so utterly extraordinary. We can't deal with it. So I find it strange that that is what is inflicted on the Palestinian people. And yet, when they adopt the same tactics, by the way, I agree with you, Michael. I think breaking international law is bad, right? I think attacks on civilians is bad, and on civilians is bad. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander, or no? Only one side can do it. I raised this with Konstantin, and he said, well, there was
Morning, Mona.
an agreement offered, I think in 46 under the UN. The Palestinians didn't take it. They should have taken it. There's a lesson there. Well, if I said to Konstantin, why aren't you saying the same thing for Ukraine? There's a deal there from Russia. They'll just have the Donbass and Crimea. Why won't Ukraine take it? And if Ukraine won't take it, silly Ukraine. Well, Russia broke international law. Russia invaded the Donbass, right? So he's going to accept that in one instance, but not the other. And of course, that's because I think for people like Konstantin, he views support for Palestine, criticism of Israel, he views that as quote unquote left-coded. He doesn't like the left, therefore he must disagree with that position. And he's come to that conclusion, by the way, like many people, I think, without actually engaging with the history, without engaging with the genealogy of ideas, activism, action that leads to the creation of the State of Israel in the mid-1940s. He is not familiar necessarily with the fact that actually civil rights activism by Palestinians over decades has been destroyed. They should do the peaceful civil rights thing. They do. They did. They got shot. They got assassinated. So the whole conversation is utterly nonsensical in this country, partly because, Michael, we have an institutionally stupid media. Now, there is often very good reporting, but when you actually broadly try and find an in-depth, detailed, intelligent account of what has happened in this country, or this land, I should say, over the last 100 years, it's almost impossible to find. And people think, well, this is a thousands-year-old religious feud. No, it's not. Jews and Muslims and, practicing Jews and Arabs lived in this part of the world quite peacefully, actually, in places like Jaffa, for a pretty long time before the foundation of the State of Israel. It's not thousands of years old. It's actually an outgrowth. It's a direct outgrowth of contemporary 19th century nationalism, of which Zionism is a manifestation. So that the basis of that debate, Michael, I think really rests upon a profoundly ignorant public discourse when it comes to Israel-Palestine. So talking about the details of he said, she said, do you agree with this particular point or that particular point? I think it's a hiding to nothing, because the basis, the foundation for these kinds of discussions are so idiotic that, of course, they don't make sense. So I think the left, or people that care about, not even the left, I mean, the fact that it is left-coded is a problem. You want the right, you want conservatives to think, actually, this is awful. We need a sensible solution here that preserves human rights and the right to national self-determination. I think we should be resisting this impulse to say he's right on this point or she's wrong on this point. Ash made a great response to Konstantin, by the way, when she said that Israel doesn't recognize a two-state solution. Israel, in its history, has had zero interest in a two-state solution. The reason why the Oslo Accords are being conducted with the PLO and with Yasser Arafat is because there are other factions in Palestinian civil society offering really concrete plans about how to create a workable Palestinian state. But instead, what serves the Israelis was to circumvent those people. By the way, they didn't even work with the PLO. The PLO didn't have a formal delegation at Oslo. So you've got peace. There was a peace negotiations. The PLO weren't allowed to be there. The PLO had to work via, I believe, the Jordanian representatives. It's just a nonsense. Israel is not serious about a two-state solution. It never has been. It wants as much land as possible with as few Palestinians on it as possible. And that Greater Israel point, for many, meant that they wanted the West Bank and Gaza. But of course, it could also expand. There have been Israeli settlers in the Sinai. They were removed in the 80s after a peace agreement between Israel and Egypt. But at one point, that also was a part of a Greater Israel. So, like I said, I'll just finish on this point, Michael. The idea that the left support Palestine, therefore I'm right wing, I must support Israel, is so dumb. Read some books on this stuff. Why not start with watching my video, my interview with Ilan Pappé about the rise of the Zionist lobby? Read his books about the Nakba. Read his books about how this conflict has played out over 100 years. It's not that simple.
It's interesting, that Russia point, isn't it? Because I sometimes find it also goes the other way, where people are sort of saying, Ukraine, they should have signed the deal. And then when it comes to Palestine, they say, of course they shouldn't sign any deal. They need to be free from the river to the sea. I do think the inconsistencies go both ways, although I'm not accusing you of that, Aaron, nor Ash.
The man Israel had been hunting for more than a year has been killed. Yahya Sinwar's assassination.
An interesting point, because I do see that on the left, where, you know, people are like, with Ukraine, like, they need to compromise. And like, I mean, I even find myself in this double standard, you know, where I'm like, but, you know, in that the Ukrainians need to compromise and end the war, while especially because they're being backed by the United States, which is where I think the difference comes in, is where the superpower is putting it. Like, superpower is backing Israel, and the other situation, they are the aggressor. So wanting Palestinian liberation from the river to the sea, and then, you know, like, but yeah, you know, if they were offered 1967 borders, which they have accepted, it would, I would be in support of that if that's what the Palestinians wanted. But we have the West Bank settlements and the outposts that are going to make that pretty much impossible. So the best solution is a one-state solution with democratic rights for everyone, regardless of ethnicity or religion, from the river to the Twitch chat. We do have an ad break coming up, so if you're not subscribed, sorry. You can watch on YouTube for no ads, or you can subscribe on Twitch for no ads. And if you subscribe on Twitch, you get emotes, no ads, and a discount in the merch store. That is new. How the killing of Yahya Sinwar shattered Israel's narrative. I mean, yeah, because their whole thing was, we're gonna find Sinwar. He's under the he's in the tunnels. Like, we'll find the hostages. You know, like it.
Nation is a milestone. The images and narratives reveal a stark distinction between myth and reality. At a time when its peacemaking abilities are needed the most, the United Nations is under attack as Israel lashes out. And after the cleansing, the plans for annexation, talk about the settling of Gaza is gaining momentum in Israel. Since the 7th of October 2023, Israel's enemy number one in Gaza has been Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. He was the alleged mastermind of the attacks, in which 1,200 people were killed and 200 kidnapped. Hamas confirmed Sinwar's death less than 24 hours after Israel made the announcement. Deputy leader Khalil al-Hayya said Sinwar's death would boost Hamas's determination to fight Israel. To discuss the significance of this moment and how so many of the narratives around Israel's war on Gaza converged on the figure of this one man, Tariq Nafa is here with me. Tariq, for much of the past year, there has been so much reporting on where Yahya Sinwar is, who he was with, what he was doing. And a lot of that reporting shaped our understanding. It also served to legitimize Israel's assault on Gaza. So what's the contrast between what we heard and how he was actually killed?
Well, as you said, Mina, for the best part of a year, we've heard from Israeli officials and Israeli news outlets that Sinwar was hiding in tunnels, that he dressed as a woman to avoid detection, that he was surrounded by Israeli captives that he was using as human shields. The Israeli military's message was that they knew where he was, but they didn't want to endanger the captives. Many of these claims were repeated unquestioningly by Western media outlets. And those narratives served a purpose. They told Israeli citizens that the Israeli intelligence services were back in control, and that the military was motivated primarily by concern for the Israelis who were in Gaza. And it was used, as you said, as a way to legitimize Israel's war of annihilation, to demoralize Palestinians, to tell them that the reason that tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed is because Hamas leaders were hiding underground beneath civilians in Gaza, leaving them to be sacrificed. The images and video that the Israeli military has released of Sinwar's final moments tell a very different story. Sinwar is in military fatigues. He's on the battleground. He was not embedded with Israeli captives or Palestinian civilians. He was killed in a chance encounter, not as the result of a sophisticated Israeli intelligence operation. And a little while earlier, I spoke with Maureen Rabbani, an astute analyst of the region's politics, and I asked him what those images and video transmit to both Palestinians and Israelis.
The video images of Sinwar's final moments, where he appears to have lost one hand, and the drone enters the building where he's located, and then in kind of a final act of defiance, he throws a stick at the drone. And this, I think, will, for Palestinians, will be an image of defiance, of someone who fought the Israeli occupier to the very last breath. Then there is, of course, the still image of a group of Israeli soldiers lying over Sinwar's lifeless body. And this, like so many deaths during the past year, will be celebrated with abandon. We already have seen images of sweets being handed out in television studios. During the past year, Israel has been gripped by a constant celebration of Palestinian and Arab death. This death will be celebrated with absolute abandon by Israel, not only by Netanyahu and his people and his government, but I think very broadly throughout Israeli society. It's an image of domination. It's an image of supremacy regained, at least as far as Israelis are concerned. But I think for Palestinians, it's an image of continued defiance until the bitter end.
Rabbani spoke there of an image of supremacy regained for the Israelis. How have those images, the news of Sinwar's killing, how has that been reported in Israeli media?
Across the Israeli media, there's been a mood of triumph and jubilation.
סינואר מסיים את חייו מדמם בעפר כנבלה סרוחה, או בשפה שאויבינו מבינים, כול כלב, ביג'י יומו. משפט שעושה עוול לידידו הטוב של האדם. איך?
Celebrating the desecration of Palestinian bodies is something we've seen a lot of over the last year on Israeli Telegram groups from Israeli soldiers. But the fact that these images ran on Israeli TV, often unblurred, shocked even some Israeli commentators. One Haaretz reporter called it barbaric and animalistic. And elsewhere, we saw a number of channels trying to push a narrative that Sinwar was actually trying to escape Gaza and leave Palestinians to their fate.
מה עושה סינואר? ממש קרוב לגבול עם הרבה כסף ועם מסמכים. אני חושב המסר לעזתים, תקשיבו, נטש אתכם, בדרך החוצה, תבינו את המסר, זה נגמר, תניחו את הנשקים ותיכנו.
So that's the narrative in Israeli media, but that is not how Palestinians are seeing it.
No, and it's worth keeping in mind that Palestinians have been subjected to months of propaganda from Israel saying that their leaders had abandoned them. When more than 1 million Palestinians were forced from the north, forcibly displaced and told to go south, there were Israeli soldiers stationed along that route who were tormenting Palestinians over loudspeakers with this kind of messaging. And that tactic of using propaganda and violence to try and turn the population in Gaza against Hamas is a tactic that goes back many years. But by publishing these images of Sinwar, resisting until his final moments, the Israelis have, in effect, immortalized him. And that is a sentiment that you see not just among many Palestinians, but elsewhere in the Arab world too.
But in Israel, Sinwar, his background, his thinking, and especially since the October 7th attacks, All of that was the subject of a kind of macabre fascination, right? There was a singular focus on eliminating him, and when Prime Minister Netanyahu made that announcement that he had been assassinated, there was a sense of vindication to it. So where do things go from here?
You're absolutely right that there was a level of morbid myth-making around Sinwar in Israel. He's, of course, spent many years in an Israeli prison. He spoke fluent Hebrew. Many Israelis will have heard the stories of how he allegedly tortured Palestinians suspected of collaborating with Israel. And there have always been experts in Israel who have tried to parse his words, understand his motivations. And you've seen a lot of that in the reporting this week, describing him as having wanted, quote, a jihad that has no barriers and no restraints, that he, quote, had a craze for greatness and enormous ambitions that had no limits. The Egyptian journalist Amira Houaidi recently wrote how that reflects a cultural misunderstanding whereby Palestinian and Arab leaders are often seen as inscrutable and alien. In other words, so dehumanized that they can't be motivated by the same yearning for freedom that any person has. And we put this to Marine Rabbani, this focus on Sinwar, on killing him. Does it bring the Israelis any closer, in their words, to dismantling Hamas?
The assassination of these senior leaders and commanders is indisputably a painful blow. But the idea that an entire organization can be eliminated or will collapse or disintegrate because of a series of assassinations, I think is an Israeli illusion. You know, Israel constantly likes to personalize its conflicts. It's a bit like, it's kind of like a mafia tactic. You know, you hit us, we will get you and your family and so on, as we've seen during the past year. But the issue here is that we're dealing with movements that have an agenda, and an agenda of resistance to an illegal occupation, and now also a genocide that has a very broad popular constituency in Palestinian society, whether that translates into support for Hamas specifically or not. And so the idea that somehow it was because of Yahya Sinwar or because of Ismail Haniyeh or in a previous era because of Yasser Arafat that Palestinians were opposing Israeli rule, and that by removing these leaders that somehow Palestinians would be pacified and be content with their fate under Israeli rule. Again, we have decades of experience that clearly demonstrate that this is not the case, and that this is not going to be the case. So I don't think that Hamas, as a increasingly decentralized organization, will lose either the will or the ability to fight. And more importantly, if Hamas is indeed destroyed by this campaign, it will simply be replaced by something else carrying the exact same agenda of opposition to Israeli rule and Palestinian freedom.
So in other words, this is not the end of the story like so many would like to believe. Thank you, Tariq. Born in the aftermath of an era-defining event, World War II, the United Nations is currently facing challenges like never before. Israel, the country whose existence was formalized by an act of the UN, has emerged as one of the organization's deadliest critics. Throughout the war in Gaza and now Lebanon as well, Israel has pilloried the UN for every statement, every vote, and every resolution. But the battle is beyond just rhetorical. UN workers and facilities have been physically targeted. This past week, UN peacekeepers on the border between Israel and Lebanon faced sustained bombardment from Israeli forces. The justification was that they had been co-opted by Hezbollah, just like Israel has been arguing that workers for UNRWA, the UN's agency dealing with Palestinian refugees, has been infiltrated by Hamas. With Israel on a rampage against the UN and anyone who speaks up in its support, a question becoming more and more urgent is whether this one-of-a-kind international institution, imperfect but vital, can withstand everything being thrown at it.
I don't think that at any point in its history that the United Nations has had a more adversarial relationship with Israel.
The United Nations said its peacekeeping forces in southern Lebanon came under attack today by Israeli forces.
Israel is on the attack when it comes to the United Nations.
אז תרשה לנו לצפצף עליך, על הארגון שלך ועל כל מילה שנאמרת שם.
This is probably the most contentious relationship point Israel has ever had with the UN.
You are shredding the UN Charter with your own hands.
The division of the land of Palestine and the creation of the State of Israel were foundational issues for the United Nations. Resolution 181, passed in November 1947, proposed the carving out of two states, one Jewish and one Arab. What happened in the aftermath, Arab resistance, expulsion, and the Israeli occupation, sealed one of the most bloody and intractable geopolitical issues into the very core of UN operations ever since. Israel and Palestine have been at the heart of innumerable debates in the General Assembly and the Security Council. The issue has prompted the creation of specific commissions and agencies. And as decades have passed and multiple wars have been fought, Israel has developed a deep distrust and dislike for the very institution that mandated its being.
We have a situation where the head of government, Benjamin Netanyahu, gave a speech to the United Nations.
Until this anti-Semitic swamp is drained, the UN will be viewed by fair-minded people everywhere as nothing more than a contemptuous farce.
I can't think of any occasion in the 77 years or so of the United Nations where a head of state or head of government has insulted the United Nations with words like that.
Israel has launched a campaign to discredit every agency, from the Secretary General, the Office of the Secretary General, down to the UN agency UNRWA, working most closely with Palestinian refugees in Gaza.
UNRWA is totally infiltrated with Hamas. It has been in the service of Hamas.
This fed the vitriol and narrative that everybody is against us, especially the UN and its agencies.
Within Israel, the narrative about the United Nations has grown more shrill and contemptuous as the war in Gaza has dragged out and expanded across the region.
That would be pretty incredible, Soy
There have
Prime.
been two votes held in the General Assembly on ceasefire resolutions. In both of them, the majority of the votes favored a halt to the war, and yet the bombardment of Gaza continued. The Security Council has voted 4 times, and each time, except once, the United States used its veto and enabled the war to go on. There were the hearings in the genocide case that South Africa brought before the UN's International Court of Justice. Far from abiding by any of the conditions placed on it by the ICJ, Israel has fired accusations at UN agencies like UNRWA, the body tasked with handling the vast issue of Palestinian refugees, and UNIFIL, the peacekeeping force on the border between Lebanon and Israel.
במקרה שלנו הם מקשים עלינו, וחיזבאללה משתמש בהם. הם תופסים מחסות ליד הבסיסים שלהם, יש מנהרות מתחת לבסיסים שלהם.
Well, many Israelis would tell you that there is actually another discreditation campaign by the same UN agencies and organizations against Israel. And I would really describe it as more of an ongoing war than a one-sided campaign. Israel views the UN as biased against it, or focusing almost to an obsessive level with the issues of Israel and the conflict with the Palestinians, while ignoring many times other issues around the world.
The issue isn't that there are a multitude of resolutions being passed by the United Nations critical of Israel. The issue is Israel's refusal to obey not only UN resolutions, but also the very foundations of international law. Believe me, if Israel would completely end its occupation and allow a Palestinian state to come into formation, you would see an end to these basket of resolutions that are passed every year by the United Nations.
One of the most corrosive issues, which began long before the current war but has sharpened this past year, has involved UNRWA. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees is possibly the most significant UN agency in the Middle East. It was created in 1949 to handle the aftermath of the Nakba, the forced expulsion of Palestinians that accompanied the creation of the State of Israel. Nearly 75 years on, the continued existence of the agency, in the face of all the challenges raised by Israel, serves as a deeply inconvenient reminder of the right of Palestinian refugees to return to their homes. In January, Israel made the explosive allegation that 12 UNRWA workers participated in the Hamas attack on the 7th of October 2023. There was no evidence provided with the allegation, but it sent UNRWA into a tailspin. Workers were fired, an investigation was opened, and several major donor countries suspended their funding. UNRWA facilities, schools, medical centers, and shelters have been directly targeted by the Israeli army. Many UNRWA workers have been injured and killed.
The campaign against UNRWA was the most cynical and most dangerous. It was also interesting when the allegations were made, they came immediately after a very significant International Court of Justice judgment. And again, it was a strategic measure by Israel to release this information so that the narrative and the debate became about UNRWA and not about the legitimate criticisms made by a reputable international body.
The rhetoric that you hear about UNRWA from the Israeli side is very important to sort of listen to and deconstruct here, because these accusations of anti-Semitism is not even just to try and bring the organization into disrepute. Israel wants to disband UNRWA because in many ways UNRWA acts as a witness to Israel's crimes on the ground.
Soul Life. Hello, hello, hello.
Israel's relationship with the United Nations is at the lowest point it has ever been. 1 year since the 7th of October 2023, the theater of war has expanded from the genocide in Gaza to unprecedented violence in the West Bank to all-out fighting with Lebanon and an escalating situation with Iran. Each new bout of violence has necessitated a response from the UN, ineffectual though they have all been, and each UN intervention has sparked outcry in Israel. The UN's Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese, has come in for sharp criticism for her outspokenness on Israel's conduct of the war.
Israel cannot behave as it does as an apartheid state and face no consequences.
Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, was banned from entering Israel at the beginning of this month. According to the Foreign Minister, Guterres had failed to unequivocally condemn Iran for its missile attacks on Israel.
The Secretary General is trying to be the chief executive of a major international organization in very challenging times and trying to lead it while being objective and fair to all of the parties. As for the UN Special Rapporteur, she has been targeted personally and professionally.
Francesca Albanese היא אנטישמית, היא תומכת בחמאס, תומכת בטרור, בגלוי.
Despite the campaign orchestrated against her, she is still pursuing her mandate and giving us facts and reports which are based on very thorough legal analysis and on cogent evidence of a situation on the ground.
What Israel is doing is punishing an entire Palestinian population for what Hamas has done.
Regarding the special rapporteur, she has made statements and tweets that even take me as an Israeli who is very critical of the government, I found them impossible to comprehend, certainly not to defend. And I regret that she has said and written those things. And I don't think it made any kind of a positive impact on the UN's involvement in the conflict.
I think this broken relationship between Israel and the United Nations poses probably the single greatest test for the United Nations in this modern era. Here was a nation that was created in the aftermath of the worst genocide that the world has ever known. And yet we find ourselves now with this very nation accused of genocide against the Palestinians. Can the United Nations compel Israel to bring itself in compliance with the United Nations resolutions and to wind up successfully ending on a just and lasting basis the longest lasting item on the UN agenda? As long as this remains an open wound for the United Nations and a continuing festering sore on its agenda, the United Nations' reputation itself for being a force for good in the world is going to suffer.
And finally, with the killing of Yahya Sinwar, many analysts and commentators have alluded to the beginning of the end of Israel's operations in Gaza. For those listening to the discourse within Israel itself, it's clear that Sinwar's assassination marks the close of just one phase and the start of another. When Hamas attacked Israel on October the 7th, it was a tragedy and a blow to the nation. But in some quarters, it was seen as an historic opportunity to deal with Gaza once and for all. This strip of Palestinian territory has been the site of decades of Israeli victory and defeat, a geography of defiance and threat. And in the past year, Gaza has increasingly been spoken of as a land to be cleansed and annexed by Israel. Conferences about the settlement of Gaza began in November 2023 and have continued right up until now. Prime Minister Netanyahu's Likud party is among the organizers of an event next week titled Preparing to Settle Gaza. Israeli real estate developers have been putting out artists' impressions of beachfront residences in the Strip for months now. Already, the complete siege of northern Gaza is in effect. Palestinians there have been forced out under intense bombardment and gunfire. No food or water has entered there since the 1st of October. So, while comment columns and op-ed videos may talk of an end to the war on Gaza, there are serious discussions about a prolonged Israeli military occupation and a likely push to change the demographics of the Strip. We'll be tracking those narratives, and we'll see you next time here at the Listening Post.
The head of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, Khalil al-Hayya, has confirmed in a televised address that Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar was killed by Israeli forces earlier this week. Al-Hayya could succeed Sinwar. This comes after Israel announced Thursday it had killed Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar in Gaza, marking what could be a turning point in Israel's assault on Gaza. Sinwar was apparently not killed as part of a targeted strike, but in the course of Israel's indiscriminate assault on the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military released a video they say shows Sinwar moments before his death, after they attacked the building he was in Rafah. In Sinwar's final moments, he appears to throw a stick or debris at the Israeli military drone filming him. Hostage families called for Israel to now focus on negotiating a deal to free the hostages. Many of them protested in Tel Aviv. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in a video statement after the killing.
Today we clarified again what happens to those who hurt us. Today we once again showed the world the victory of good over evil. But the war, my dears, is not over yet.
After Israel's announcement, Bassem Naim, a senior member of Hamas's political bureau, told the AFP, quote, Hamas is a liberation movement led by people looking for freedom and dignity. It seems that Israel believes killing our leaders means the end of our movement. These leaders became an icon for future generations to continue the journey towards a free Palestine, unquote. This is a displaced Palestinian in Gaza City responding to news of Sinwar's death.
We are urging for the war to stop. We are not asking for them to assassinate this person or that. They have assassinated most of our leaders and the war has not stopped. We are calling for the war to stop.
Back in the United States, President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris joined other world leaders in calling for Sinwar's killing to propel a ceasefire. This is presidential candidate Vice President Harris.
Hamas is decimated and its leadership is eliminated. This moment gives us an opportunity to finally end the war in Gaza. And it must end such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And it is time for the day after to begin.
Yahya Sinwar was appointed head of Hamas in July after the previous leader, Ismail Haniyeh's assassination in Tehran on the day that the Iranian president was inaugurated. For more, we go to Cape Town, South Africa, where we're joined by Tarek Bakoni. a Palestinian analyst and writer. The Palestinian Policy Network, he's president of its board, Al-Shabaka. He's the author of the book, Hamas Contained, The Rise and Pacification of Palestinian Resistance. His recent piece for the New York Review of Books is headlined Accounts of the Struggle. Tarek, welcome back to Democracy Now! First, if you can respond to Israel's announcement that they've killed Yahya Sinwar, how you understand he was killed, apparently in Rafah, and Hamas stopping short, but looking like they are confirming, in fact, the Hamas leader, Yahya Sinwar, is dead.
Hi, Amy. It's good to be back. Yes, so we've seen the footage now that was released by the Israelis yesterday, and just as I was coming onto the show today, the confirmation came in from Hamas that the leader, Yahya Sinwar, had been executed. Now, the footage that came out shows how unusual this situation had been. This was, as you said on the show, not an operation that was planned. It appears to have been an accidental stumbling of this unit that was training in the Gaza Strip on the group that included Yahya Sinwar. Now, the footage that's been circulating is one that I believe the Israeli military will come to regret one day, because it's showing a man in military fatigues who is fighting until his last breath. This is a leader who they had long claimed was in hiding, surrounded by hostages and preventing or cowering in fear from the Israeli military. And in fact, here is a leader who's above ground, not surrounded by any of the captives, fighting. Now, this is going to be something that will certainly shape the way that Yahya Sinwar is remembered and the legacy that he will be thought as having made before his execution.
So, if you can talk about who Yahya Sinwar is and talk about his rise to power and what you think the significance of this moment is.
Well, Yahya Sinwar really is a strategist. He's someone who's gone up through the ranks of Hamas from its earliest days of the establishment around the founder, Sheikh Ahmed Yassin. He was part of that early group of leaders. And so he's been a part of Hamas and Hamas's organizational structure in the Gaza Strip for decades. He's, as is well known now, someone who also served time in Israeli prisons, which meant that he was also exposed to Israeli military officials and prison wardens, and had used that time to learn Hebrew, to educate himself about Israeli politics before returning to the Gaza Strip with the prisoner exchange deal that freed Gilad Shalit in return for 1,027 Palestinian prisoners. He came back into the Gaza Strip and slowly made his way up through the ranks in the military wing, and certainly then after Ismail Haniyeh was moved to Doha, he became Hamas's leader in the Gaza Strip as well. Now, this is someone who is very calculated and has always maintained a very clear and decisive position that Hamas is engaged in a war of liberation, is engaged in resistance, and not just armed resistance, but also popular resistance against Israeli apartheid. Now, his killing, there's been a lot of talk about what his killing will mean for Palestinians in Gaza and for what's happening today. And one of the things that's really important to note is that this is a war that's happening against the Palestinian people. It's not a war that's happening against Hamas, despite the framing being of a war against Hamas in the West. This is an Israeli genocide against the Palestinian people. The removal of someone like Yahya Sinwar will not stop the Netanyahu government from carrying out its genocide in the Gaza Strip. As far as Hamas is concerned, this is not a movement that is dependent on a singular leader. It's a movement that has a collective approach to decision-making. We'll have to wait and see who they elect as a new leader, but I don't necessarily foresee a significant change in the reality on the ground in the immediate future.
You know, after Israel assassinated Nasrallah in Lebanon, thousands of Lebanese Israel has killed. Do you see the same thing happening now in Gaza? I mean, you have President Biden, you have Vice President Kamala Harris, you have the families of hostages in Tel Aviv. They are continuing to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, and you have Harris saying now they should move forward in that direction.
Well, a ceasefire in Gaza has been possible for many months now. It's been on the table for many months. And despite all of this false equalization that it was the obstacles to the ceasefire were both Sinwar and Netanyahu, the reality is that Sinwar has accepted, Hamas has officially accepted a ceasefire in which the hostages would be released in return for the Palestinian prisoners who are held in Israeli jails, and a permanent cessation of violence. What the Netanyahu government has time and again said that they will only accept a release or that exchange of captives for prisoners if the ceasefire is temporary, which means that after that exchange happens, they would plan to go back in and carry out the genocide. Now, it's not clear how they think that that would be something that Hamas would be willing to accept, giving up the captives in return for only temporary reprieve. So the obstacle to getting a permanent ceasefire in Gaza has always been the Netanyahu government. The U.S. administration has time and again suggested that they're putting pressure on the Netanyahu government to achieve a ceasefire, but that's absolutely not in line with what the American administration has done in practice, which is to arm Israel and enable it to maintain a genocide against the Palestinian people. So I think all the rhetoric that comes out from either Harris or Biden at the moment has to be seen only as political theater. I think in the best case scenario, we have an American administration that's been entirely co-opted by the Netanyahu government and is being led into becoming complicit in genocide against its best interests and the interests of the Palestinian people. And at worst, we have an American administration that has fully embraced Netanyahu's ideological view of exterminating the Palestinian people, regime change in the region, and carrying out that ideological project through American arms and money. So I don't think that the obstacle to a ceasefire has ever been Sinwar, and that now the removal of Sinwar is suddenly going to lead us into a ceasefire.
I wanted to turn to President Joe Biden. He just arrived in Berlin speaking with Western leaders as he addressed the death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar.
The death of the leader of Hamas represents a moment of justice. He had the blood of Americans and Israelis, Palestinians and Germans and so many others on his hands. I told the Prime Minister of Israel yesterday, let's also make this moment an opportunity to seek a path to peace, a better future in Gaza without Hamas. And I look forward to discussing Iran.
A path to peace, he says, and he ends by saying, I look forward to discussing Iran. Your thoughts, Tarek?
Well, I mean, I think this is a continuation of the same positioning that the Biden administration has been in, which is really that they're not making any of the decisions, or at least that they're not making any of the decisions to end the ceasefire. They're actively making the decisions to further support the Netanyahu government and to align American interests with Israeli interests in the way that is understood by Israel, which is to maintain a genocide in Gaza and to expand the war in the region. I think it's very clear that the Netanyahu government is thinking about completely destabilizing Lebanon, of possibly carrying out some kind of operation in Iran that could lead to a regime change. What we're seeing today is an attempt by Israel to remake the Middle East in such a way that they can maintain their reality as an apartheid state unchallenged in the region. And the Biden administration is fully accepting of that reality and hasn't made any moves to really counter or put pressure on the Netanyahu government to either end its genocide or rethink these policies.
I wanted to turn to a clip of Yahya Sinwar himself. We recently had Hind Hassan on Democracy Now! Talking about her new documentary, Starving Gaza. But 2 years ago, it's believed she was the last person to interview on video Sinwar when she was working for Vice News. This was in Gaza in 2021.
Israel, which possesses a complete arsenal of weaponry, state-of-the-art equipment, and aircraft, intentionally bombs and kills our children and women. And they do that on purpose. You can't compare that to those who resist and defend themselves with weapons that look primitive in comparison. If we had the capabilities to launch precision missiles that targeted military targets, we wouldn't have used the rockets that we did. Does the world expect us to be well-behaved victims while we're getting killed? For us to be slaughtered without making a noise? That's impossible.
Again, that was Yahya Sinwar back in 2021, speaking to Hind Hassan. Tarek Bakoni, speak more about what he's saying and also about the decades he spent in an Israeli prison.
Well, I mean, what he's saying, Amy, is something that many Palestinians would intrinsically and immediately agree with, which is that the expectation from the Israeli side is that Palestinians really just roll over and die, that any kind of resistance, armed or otherwise, is fundamentally unacceptable. The idea from the Israeli side is that Israeli Jews should be living in peace and security, even as they maintain a brutal, violent regime of apartheid against Palestinians. Palestinians really are expected to be out of sight, out of mind. I mean, this interview was in 2021. If you think 3 years before that, Palestinians engaged in one of the broadest forms of popular mobilization in Gaza, calling for return. This was the Great March of Return of 2018. And it was met by Israelis snipering off Palestinians, killing medics and journalists. More than 200 Palestinians were killed and more than 36,000 were injured. And yet no one in the international community really engaged with this to question what this architecture of apartheid was, what it meant that 2 million Palestinians were held in Gaza behind a brutal regime, blockade that was systematically a form of collective punishment against the Palestinians there. So the expectation is, as Sinwar is saying, that Palestinians should not resist that Palestinians should acquiesce to that reality. And then any resistance, whether armed or otherwise, is met with immediate condemnation from the West, a reassertion of Israel's right to defend itself. And as we see today, a carte blanche to carry out horrific violence, the kind of sadistic violence that we've been watching happen in Gaza over the course of the past year. So I think what's really important for us to go away with is that we have to de-link the genocide that's happening in Gaza from October 7th. October 7th might have been the trigger, and that might have been the framing for Israel to claim that it's retaliating. But what we're seeing in Gaza is the actualization of genocidal policies that have been in the making for years, that Israeli officials have been talking about, a second Nakba for years. Palestinians like myself have been warning for years that Israel is planning ethnic cleansing to complete the Nakba, to carry out mass killing in order to end the issue of Palestine. They want to maintain a positionality of unchallenged apartheid in Palestine and across the region without any kind of resistance. And I think this is what we're seeing today. Israel's ability to do that with full impunity is at full display.
And finally, Tarek Bakoni,
hi, Jezadel Games. Thanks for the lurky.
Before October 7th, the Qatari government asking Netanyahu if they wanted Qatar to continue sending millions of dollars to Hamas, men would actually bring suitcases of money into Gaza, or if they should stop this. And according to the reports of a number of newspapers, he told them to continue. And also the role of the U.S. in asking Qatar to be the host of Hamas in order for it to negotiate.
Well, I mean, it's precisely the point I was making. Now, the Israeli media, Benjamin Netanyahu, certainly American media, obviously with the exception of this platform, is on a rampage of trying to position Hamas as, and Yahya Sinwar specifically, as this image of evil, this demon, the embodiment of evil that must be removed in order to maintain goodness in the world. But as you say, go back just over a year, and the Israeli government was very happy to be actively engaged with maintaining Hamas as a government in the Gaza Strip, because their issue was never Hamas. Their issue was, how do they maintain Gaza as an enclave of more than 2 million Palestinians in a state of calm and in a state that does not challenge Israeli security. So the structure of apartheid, the architecture of apartheid,
I kind of have elephant ears.
was never in question. The question was, how do we stabilize the Gaza Strip so that it's not a threat to Israel? And so that goes to the heart of how Israel has been thinking about Palestinians, both in terms of the Netanyahu government and long before, which is that they have to be pacified, they have to be defanged, and they have to accept their lot, that they're living under apartheid indefinitely. Now, in order to achieve that, they worked with various Palestinian political leadership, in this instance, including Hamas, to stabilize Palestinian enclaves under overarching Israeli rule. And the U.S. was not only happy with that, it was so convinced that this pacification of Palestinians was sustainable that
we have 20 seconds, Tarek.
That they allowed Israel to sort of pursue negotiation agreements and ingratiate itself with the region. It was never an issue of dealing with the political demands at the heart of Palestinian liberation.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. Now, this next song is dedicated to all of those people that across the last 20 years of the war on terror have been detained in airports across the world. This song, it goes something like this. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love.
Hey,
So what I want
Schmeggly.
from you is when I say the words peace and love, I want every single person in here to sing back to me, peace and love. Are you with me? Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. They're calling me a terrorist.
Yeah, I've been waiting for more news to come out about that. Because, like, I saw one headline that was like, oh, Netanyahu's house was targeted. And then I just saw one that was like, oh, it was just, that area and sirens are sounded. There was a drone nearby. Yeah, we'll check that out for sure.
I'm all about peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist. Like they don't know who the
But they'll downplay it, yeah.
When they put it on me, I tell them this.
Especially, that's a good point.
Let's go. For your peace signs
They
up in
just
the air,
deployed
see 'em
THAAD.
up there. See 'em up high. Let's see those peace signs up high. Let's see 'em up high. Put 'em up in the air. Put 'em up in the air. Okay. Let's go. It goes like this. They're calling me a terrorist. Like they don't know who the terrorist is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist. Like they don't know who the terrorist is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. It seems like the crackheads and packies are worrying your dad, but your dad's favorite food is curry and kebab. It's funny but it's sad how they make your mummy hurry with her bags. Rather read the Sun and study all the facts. Tell me, what's a bigger threat to human society? BAE systems of remote control drones, killing off human lives, or man with homemade bomb committing. I know you were terrified when you saw the towers fall. It's all terror, but some forms are more powerful. Seems nuts. How can there be such agony when more It's like the definition didn't ever exist. Guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs now. Tell us who the terrorist is. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I told them this. I'm all about peace and love.
I love that emote.
Like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. Peace and love. Lumumba was democracy, Mossadegh was democracy, Allende was democracy, hypocrisy, it bothers me. Who you terrorists? You don't want to be a colony. Refuse to bow down to a policy of robbery. Terrorism, my lyrics, with more Vietnam vets killed themselves after the war and died in it. This is very basic. One nation in the world has over 1,000 military bases. They say it's religion, when clearly it isn't. Not just Muslims that oppose your imperialism. Zugo Chavez a Muslim. I didn't think so. Was Castro a Muslim? Nope. It's like the definition didn't ever exist. Guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs now. Tell us who the terrorist is. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. You think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we know. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we do. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we do. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we know. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. Come on! Calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hi, AC. Yeah, we watched it yesterday. Pretty intense.
We'll just move away from that
Okay,
from
so
Tariq for a
here
moment and
is
bring you
the breaking news about Israeli army says drone hit Netanyahu's home.
some breaking news because we are hearing that the Israeli military is saying that 3 drones were launched from Lebanon earlier this hour. One projectile hit a building in the northern city of Caesarea, and that is where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has a residence. 2 other drones were intercepted by the military. The spokesman for the Israeli military is also saying that Netanyahu was not in the home at the time of the attack, and there are no casualties reportedly, but we also know that air raid sirens sounded right across northern Israel and in Tel Aviv when one of the drones that was sent over by Hezbollah from Lebanon hit the residence of the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was, again, not at home at the time of that attack. Let's bring in Noor Odeh. Noor is joining us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. That's because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in the occupied West Bank and from inside Israel. Noor, before I come to you, I'll just tell our viewers that we're looking at the latest pictures from Caesarea, where that drone targeted the residence of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, one of his residences, in fact. So let's bring in
one of his many
over
residences.
to you, Noor. What are you hearing about this drone that was launched from Lebanon? And tell us about this area in Israel.
So for the past hour, we've been monitoring reports that there was this drone attack. We've seen videos posted by residents in that area, and we've also seen how the Israeli military censor imposed very tight restrictions on Israeli media. They sealed off the area. There were suspicions, and people were saying that this was the area where the residents of the Israeli Prime Minister is. But of course, because of legal restrictions, the Israeli media couldn't confirm it. Now we have confirmation from Netanyahu's office that they were not at the home at the time of the attack, but that the house was actually struck in that drone attack. Of course, no sirens had gone off in Caesarea, Darine. This is an area where business people and politicians live. It's an area where a lot of power is concentrated, but also a lot of strategic assets, namely military bases around Caesarea, or in that area there are gas refineries as well. And we've seen sirens go off in neighboring areas. We also saw sirens going off in Haifa. And this is a tactic that Hezbollah has used in the past, firing rockets while at the same time firing drones to different targets, in effect evading any kind of detection. There were even helicopters in the air, as we could see from the videos, but they couldn't intercept all the drones.
Noor, I mean, how significant would you say this is? Because the fact that they were able to fly all that distance, intercept the skies, and actually hit one of the Prime Minister's residences.
It's really quite significant. And what we've seen over the past few weeks of escalation with Lebanon is this exchange of messages by fire, where Hezbollah etches closer, deeper into Israeli territory, targets areas not necessarily causing casualties, but signaling to Israel that we can reach these targets. These are strategic assets that we can reach without you detecting them. So whether it was Benyamina, the military base there, and it was a mass casualty event as far as Israelis were concerned, or now the residence of the Israeli Prime Minister and strategic bases in the area like Glilot military base, where there are intelligence assets in that military base. So those signals sent from Hezbollah also coincide with statements being issued that they would be escalating, that they would be, quote, hurting the enemy. Of course, Israel is also at the same time claiming that it has significantly degraded Hezbollah capabilities and that Hezbollah wouldn't be able to hurt the Israeli public. But what we've seen is that more Israelis are going into the shelters, more Israelis are affected. It's not, the confrontation is not limited to the northern towns in Israel anymore. This is deeper in the heartland, if you will, and now very, very close to the home of the seat of power in a very symbolic way, if you will. So this is a new phase, if we can call it that. It is certainly a noteworthy development to see that signal from Hezbollah that this is as far, as deep as we can reach, coinciding, of course, with all those airstrikes that we've seen, including on Jounieh in Lebanon.
Yeah, and Noor, Israeli media is reporting that this is the third incident in about a week in which a drone has crossed over from Lebanon and it's managed to reach deep inside Israel. You were talking about people in Israel having to go to shelters recently. I mean, how do we expect the Israeli public to be viewing this?
This is a very disruptive thing for the Israeli public. Northern communities have been, for the most part, vacated. Residents left those areas, left those towns a long time ago. Kiryat Shmone, which has been severely affected by the fighting, only had about 2,000 residents left a week ago, and it is expected that many of them have left that area. But now we're talking about the center, or closer to the center, to the larger Tel Aviv area, where a very large portion of the Israeli population lives. So to have them go into shelters or stay close to shelters is not just disruptive more, in terms of morale, but it will also be disruptive to the flow of business, to daily life. And that could create a lot of pressure on the Israeli government. That, remember, they promised that they were launching this offensive against Lebanon, against Hezbollah, in order to bring the residents of northern Israel back to home, back to normalcy, back to safety. At this point, the confrontation with Hezbollah is proving, at least for the moment, counterproductive.
The life
so
it is.
there would be fallout. This is a Saturday, of course. It's a holiday in Israel. It's also a religious holiday. So we won't see a lot of op-eds, possibly not a lot of commentary, but certainly on Sunday, when people return to work, one would expect that the commentary in Israeli media, those who are close to the military and security establishments, will have a lot of questions to the Israeli Prime Minister, whose office took more than an hour to confirm the whereabouts of Netanyahu after that drone attack, after residents kind of broke the seal of the military censorship and, published those images that we're now seeing.
Okay, Noor, thank you so much. Noor Ode, reporting from Amman.
What's happening in northern Gaza proves Israel lied about everything. No
Content warning.
notes from the edge of the narrative matrix. Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar has been killed. He died not hiding behind civilians or disguised as a woman, as Israel apologists have been claiming for a year, but alone and in uniform, fighting Israeli forces with one arm blown off by tank fire. Sinwar's death will have no meaningful bearing on how Hamas or Israel conduct themselves. So it's funny to see Israel supporters puffing their chests like this was some kind of achievement. Israel is going to keep bombing hospitals, shooting kids in the head, intentionally starving civilians, and working to steal Palestinian land just like it was doing yesterday. And Palestinians are going to keep resisting this just like they were doing yesterday. Nothing about anything has changed. If Israel were actually killing all these people with the goal of destroying Hamas, then Sinwar's death might be significant. But Israel's goal is not destroying Hamas. Israel's goal is the ethnic cleansing and annexation of Gaza. This is public knowledge at this point and is not seriously debatable. The only victory Israel's supporters can claim to have secured here is one of revenge, which is just empty ego fluff that only feels real to highly egocentric people. You're even seeing Israel apologists trying to call Sinwar a coward for the way he died, which is absurd. He died fighting off soldiers, drones, and a fucking tank with one goddamn arm. Western men jerk off fantasizing about dying like that, and then go on to die in nursing homes from Parkinson's complications with bellies full of vanilla custard. You don't get to call him a coward. No Hamas propaganda will ever make Hamas look more badass than Israel's footage of Sinwar throwing a stick at an IDF drone with his one remaining arm right before he died. I honestly can't believe they released that video. They may as well have put a red triangle pointing at the drone camera. Someone filming from their window in northern Gaza captured the moment when Israeli forces who had injured a child with a sniper drone launched an airstrike on the site after people ran to his rescue. Imagine being scared to run to the rescue of an injured child because you could be killed for it. That's the kind of nightmare Palestinians are facing in Gaza. One where a child injured by a flying robot could be used as bait to draw rescuers to the scene in order to bomb them. One where people have to watch their family members burn alive right in front of them. One where they have to listen to their disabled loved one get ripped apart by dogs in the next room while they're held at gunpoint by Israeli soldiers. One where they have to watch everything they've ever known incinerated all around them while the world watches and yawns. Fuck you if you're going along with this. Fuck you if you're ignoring this. Fuck you if you're trying to stop other people from opposing this. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. What's happening in northern Gaza conclusively disproves everything that Israel's defenders have been saying for the past year. The fact that Israel is now openly starving and killing Palestinians to force them south with the goal of stealing Palestinian land while rejecting any possibility of a hostage deal or a ceasefire disproves everything Israel apologists have been saying to justify the Israeli military's actions in Gaza. The killing was never about rescuing hostages. The killing was never about self-defense. The killing was never about fighting terrorism. The killing was never because of human shields. The killing was never because of Hamas terror bases hidden under hospitals, schools, mosques, and humanitarian aid facilities. The killing was never about beheaded babies, mass rapes, and other imaginary atrocities perpetrated on October 7th. The killing was never about October 7th at all. The killing was about stealing more Palestinian land, a project that Israel has been working on for generations. This is now a conclusively established fact, and it proves that every Israel apologist you've seen defending Israel's actions over the last year was either a useful idiot or a knowing genocide apologist. Nothing they said was true. It was all lies, told to justify stealing even more land from an indigenous population. And we were always headed to this point. At some point, they were going to have to stop lying about hostages and self-defense and human shields and taking out Hamas and just go, haha, yeah, we're stealing a bunch of Palestinian land, actually. They've been lying for a whole year, with Western help. I feel like we didn't make a big enough deal about the news that in 2022, U.S. intelligence assessed there was a 50-50 chance Russia could use a nuke in Ukraine. Empire apologists called us Putin propagandists for warning of this risk that whole time, and we were right. Everyone who spent 2022 warning that our rulers were flirting with nuclear Armageddon has been completely vindicated. And everyone who accused us of being useful idiots or Kremlin agents or ridiculous alarmists has been completely discredited. This is how reckless these people are. They gambled the life of every terrestrial organism on coin toss odds. And now they're taking things to the brink with Iran, where Israel could easily end up deploying a nuclear weapon if things get heated enough. These freaks cannot be allowed to remain in control of the fate of our world.
Here's a brief summary of some of the latest developments in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon. In Gaza, Israeli forces are continuing to massacre, bomb, and starve the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in the north while carrying out horrific slaughters in the central areas. In the northern Gaza Strip, Israel has been leveling neighborhoods in Jabalia and continuing to surround and attack homes, shelters, and hospitals. According to reporters and human rights organizations, the Israeli army has been sending automated vehicles and robots laden with explosives to destroy entire buildings. Euromed Human Rights Monitor states that, quote, Israel's army has completely cut off the northern Gaza governorate from Gaza City by deploying military vehicles, placing sand barriers and the rubble of destroyed homes, in addition to fire cover from drones. Using 3 different methods, aerial bombardment, booby-trapped robots, and planting explosives in homes before blowing them up, Euromed says, the Israeli army has increased its operations to destroy homes and residential buildings in the areas of its incursion in northern Gaza. The group says that in addition to destroying and burning bakeries and destroying what remained of the water wells, Israeli forces continue to barricade northern Gaza from receiving humanitarian supplies, leaving those who survived the killings and direct bombardment at risk of starvation. The majority of residents are trapped without access to food or other necessities of life as they are unable to leave their homes or shelter centers in search of food, and especially since many of them have been forcibly evacuated multiple times, leaving behind their personal possessions and food supplies. Mohammed Hadi, the United Nations humanitarian coordinator for the occupied Palestinian territories, stated that since October 1st, quote, Israeli authorities have increasingly cut off northern Gaza from essential supplies. Erez and Erez West crossings have been kept closed, and no essentials have been allowed from the south. 3 renewed orders have been issued on October 7th, 9th, and 12th, directing people's displacement. According to Israeli media, the Israeli army is implementing a plan to ethnically cleanse northern Gaza and turn it into a closed military zone. The plan, conceived by retired Major General Giora Eiland and carried out by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, aims to push northern Gaza's residents south of the Netzarim corridor, threatening starvation and execution for those who remain. Euromed Monitor stated this week that nearly 400,000 Palestinians in the northern Gaza Strip are at risk of starvation, including approximately 200,000 who have been without food or water for nearly 2 weeks. Quote, after their limited food supplies ran out, dozens of Palestinians trapped in the Jabalia refugee camp were forced to head to the main food supply center of the UN's Agency for Palestine Refugees on Monday in order to secure food for their families. However, the Israeli army targeted them with shells and quadcopter drones, killing 10 people and injuring at least 40 more. Many of the victims are still lying in the streets and cannot be taken to the hospital due to the threat of further Israeli violence, they say. Israel said that it allowed the entry of 30 flour trucks into the North Gaza Governorate on Monday through the Erez crossing. But the Gaza government media office admonished this token flour delivery as a public relations move as Israel systematically starves Gaza and tightens the siege. Quote, what is happening in the northern Gaza Strip is actual genocide and ethnic cleansing, the media office said on Monday, and the total destruction of homes, residential neighborhoods, streets, roads, infrastructure, hospitals, schools, mosques, and all vital sectors, which comes within the framework of the American-Israeli Occupation Plan for Displacement, which is the largest and most dangerous American-Israeli occupation plan in the 21st century. Quote, we condemn the crimes of systematic killing and starvation committed by the Israeli occupation army against civilians and displaced persons and killing them in the streets of the northern governorate. And we also condemn the occupation's persistent efforts to overthrow the health system and turn the north into an area of ruin and total destruction. And we call on the international community and all countries of the world to condemn these ongoing crimes. Journalist Anas al-Sharif in northern Gaza stated, quote, the occupation army attempted to reduce international criticism by claiming to have brought in trucks loaded with flour to the northern part of the Gaza Strip. We affirm that, as of now, nothing has entered, and that the northern part of the Gaza Strip is being subjected to a systematic extermination campaign and total destruction of homes and infrastructure. The aim of this extermination war is to turn the north into an uninhabitable area and alter its demographic reality to force the residents to flee. Meanwhile, the UN's health cluster says that all 3 hospitals in northern Gaza, Kamal Adwan, Al Auda, and the Indonesian hospital, are operating at minimum capacity amid dire shortages of fuel, blood units, trauma disposables, medications for patients with non-communicable diseases, and the ongoing military activities nearby. The Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza stated over the weekend that the dead and injured remained in the streets and under the rubble, where ambulance crews could not reach them. The ministry added that the Israeli army has prevented the entry of blood units from the southern Gaza Strip to hospitals in the north. Journalist Hossam Shabat reported that, quote, due to the Israeli occupation siege on Jabalia camp, most injuries caused by the occupation's bullets and shelling lead to death, as there are no medical resources or capabilities available to effectively treat the wounded. In Gaza City, journalist Motassem Dalul reported on a massacre in the Zaytun neighborhood on Tuesday.
Today I'm reporting about the Israeli murder of 10 people in Al Zaytun neighborhood of the Gaza City. One of the people who were murdered is my cousin. He was an old man. He was killed along with his daughter, son-in-law, and 3 of his grandchildren.
In central Gaza, Israel carried out several massacres on school shelters and tents of displaced people. On Sunday, the Israeli army bombed the Mufti school in Nuseirat refugee camp, killing at least 22 and injuring 80. Another strike on Nuseirat early Tuesday morning killed at least 5 Palestinians. Israel bombed the tents of displaced Palestinians inside the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital courtyard in Deir Balah early Monday morning, killing at least 5 and injuring dozens. In images and photos that were circulated worldwide, flames engulfed the tent shelters, burning people alive. Sha'ban al-Dalu, 19 years old, was killed alongside his mother. Sha'ban had survived an Israeli airstrike last week and was recovering from his injuries. He was still hooked up to an IV. Our contributor Abu Bakr Abed reported that Sha'ban was a freshman at the Al-Azhar University of Gaza studying software engineering. Israel destroyed his home and his university and immolated him yesterday at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital after forcibly displacing him earlier last year, Abu Bakr said yesterday. The Gaza government media office stated on Monday that this was the 7th attack on the tents inside the hospital's courtyard since January. A surgeon, Dr. Mohammed Tahir, told Al Jazeera that he and his overwhelmed team were already dealing with another mass casualty incident, the Israeli shelling of a school sheltering displaced Palestinians in Nuseirat, when victims from the hospital attack came streaming in. Quote, we were inundated. We had women, men, children as young as 1 year of age dying in front of our eyes, Tahir told Al Jazeera. He added that patients came in with burns on up to 80% of their bodies, many of whom won't survive. Quote, patients with significant high percentage burns, unfortunately, their fate is sealed. They won't even make it to the ICU. They will die, the doctor said. It's a horror show here. Honestly, sometimes I feel like this is not real life, that this can go on and this degree of suffering is allowed to happen in this world. And Israel killed yet another journalist in Gaza this week, Ayman Ruwayshed, who was a photojournalist for Al-Aqsa TV, is the 177th media worker to be killed over the last 12 months of Israel's genocide in Gaza, according to the Gaza government media office. This week, we wanted to highlight excerpts of 2 features we published from writers in northern Gaza. Malak Hijazi recounts the many times over the years when Israel dropped flyers from the sky, ordering Palestinians to leave their homes in previous wars. She writes, quote, I can't even recall their orders clearly. They probably don't either. There have been so many. We didn't pay much attention to them back then. What I do remember is mocking the grammar mistakes and punctuation errors. Now, though, they've grown more aggressive. The Israeli army introduced a new evacuation system in northern Gaza, replacing the old block system with a new one. They claim in their flyer they'll use it as necessary. They've announced they will invade Jabalia and the surrounding areas for the 3rd time. The message is clear. Leave now for your own good. As if Palestinians across the Gaza Strip don't already live in a constant, dangerous combat zone. As if danger is something foreign to us. They want us to abandon our homes forever. They want to empty our streets and our lives, all under the pretense of protection, even though they've bombed supposed humanitarian zones countless times before. Sometimes I feel my grandparents were luckier than us. They didn't have Instagram story archives to remind them of what they lost, like the almond tree by the house or the house itself. They weren't asked, what's your message to a world that has failed you? They didn't see pictures of themselves while evacuating or videos of them crying over their murdered loved ones. The world watches as the skies rain down orders, and we're left to contend with the reality of uncertainty and despair. The disconnect is overwhelming. We're expected to comply with threats, our very existence reduced to numbers scattered across all of Palestine. We hold on to hope, wishing that someone, somewhere, will break through the indifference and finally see us. But as the echoes of bombs fill our days, I can't help but wonder if anyone is truly listening. That's from Malik Hijazi's feature, Orders from the Sky, on electronicintifada.net. And a writer who we're calling Mahmoud in order to conceal his identity for safety reasons writes this week that he never expected this nightmare to repeat itself. Mahmoud explains, quote, "The violent sounds of bombing on Wednesday nearly tore the windows from their frames, shaking the building intensely. Amid those fiery barrages, something massive suddenly broke through the sky, roaring with tremendous force. It was an Apache helicopter. Some powerful explosions were the result of shells fired from warships. I can differentiate these sounds from a million other sounds, as I am used to hearing them. All of this confirmed what we feared. The Israeli military was preparing for a ground invasion, just like the first time. The entire neighborhood, I live in the Nasser area of Gaza City, awoke in terror to these sounds, and tension and fear dominated the atmosphere. I attempted more than 20 times to call my aunt in Jabalia. With every failed attempt, I felt my aunt fading away, just like my dear father had before her. As reality was about to sink in, and after a complete hour, I called her one more last time, clinging to the hope of a miracle that she would somehow finally answer. And she did. She was alive, but we could barely hear each other through the intermittent connection. Her sentences were reaching me fragmented as patchy words, and I am sure mine were the same for her. I could understand from her that Israeli troops had already stormed Jabalia. Many had been killed, and people were trapped in their homes. I felt it. I knew the nightmare was crawling again to our neighborhood. That's from Mahmoud's feature, Israel Prepares to Invade and Empty the North Again, on electronicintifada.net. Turning to the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces invaded Jenin city and the Jenin refugee camp yet again this week in an 8-hour invasion on Monday in which the army killed a child and a young man and injured 4 people, according to the Wafa news agency. Defense for Children International Palestine reported that Rayan Ibrahim Hassan al-Sayed, 14 years old, was shot twice by an Israeli soldier positioned inside a heavily armored Israeli military vehicle from a distance of about 20 meters away, around 11:40 a.m. on Monday, near the entrance of the old city of Jenin. Rayan was allegedly throwing stones toward heavily armored Israeli military vehicles driving through the main street when one of the vehicles stopped and a soldier inside shot him once on the left side of his chest and then again in the neck, Defense for Children International Palestine added. Several young Palestinians transported Rayan in a private car to Al-Razi Hospital in Jenin. He was immediately taken into surgery to attempt to control the bleeding in his lungs, but doctors pronounced him dead around 1:45 p.m. The Israeli army returned on Tuesday, Wafa reported, again invading the camp and Jenin city, flanked by bulldozers, surveillance drones, and undercover Israeli forces. And briefly in Lebanon, the Middle East director of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees said that more than 1/4 of the entire country is now under Israel's forced evacuation orders. Rima Jamus Imses said that Israel issued the orders for forcible displacement on 20 villages in southern Lebanon, and that people, quote, are fleeing with almost nothing. National authorities report that 1.2 million people have been affected or uprooted by Israel's orders as airstrikes continue around the clock. Al-Manar reported on Monday that Israel bombed the northern Lebanese town of Aito, killing more than 20 people. Israel also raided a convoy of aid trucks near Baalbek in Bekaa, Al-Manar added. Israeli airstrikes destroyed the heart of the ancient market in the city of Nabatea on Saturday, along with hundreds of businesses and shops. According to the news publication Al Akhbar, 8 large adjacent buildings were razed to the ground. And John will have more on the situation in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon later on in the program. Finally, we wanted to bring you this video of our contributor Abu Bakr Abed in a personal video talking about his dream of being back inside a football stadium, watching and commenting on the players and the beautiful game.
This is the game between Manchester City and Fulham. City are looking forward to getting the 3 points after a draw against Newcastle United last time. This is where I want to be, just a football correspondent and commentator at the same time. These are the years that I've been spending my life for, just to make sure that I'm going to be that football correspondent, that football commentator, but not thrown into an active war zone where I just continuously report on the murder of my people and also on the massive destruction of Gaza, as well as the obliteration of whole neighborhoods across the territory. This is Abu Bakr. This is where he wanted to be, always, not today or anytime, but it's just forcible and obligatory that I do my duty towards my homeland and towards my people. But always, the dream is all we want, to be inside a stadium, to be inside a cabinet and commentate on a football game, especially in games that I always love, particularly in the Premier League.
And that's it for the news roundup. As always, go to electronicintifada.net for much more, especially to read our new features by our brave writers in Gaza.
The United Nations says Israel's war on Lebanon has displaced 1.2 million people, including 400,000 Lebanese children. Earlier today, the Israeli military attacked the Bekaa region in eastern Lebanon after ordering more people to flee their homes. This comes as the death toll from Israel's attack on a municipal building in the city of Nabatia has risen to at least 16. Lebanese officials denounced the attack, which killed the city's mayor and 5 other city workers who were holding a meeting to discuss distributing aid in the region. Meanwhile, the UN says its peacekeeping forces in Lebanon came under, quote, direct and apparently deliberate fire from an Israeli tank on Wednesday. The tank fire damaged a UN watchtower and destroyed 2 cameras. In other developments, video has emerged of Israel blowing up a historic neighborhood in the Lebanese village of Mahaibib. On Wednesday, U.S. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller was questioned about the attack by Matt Lee of the Associated Press.
I want to go just to Lebanon for a second, because there was this footage that appeared, I guess, overnight of Israel blowing up an entire village in southern Lebanon. What do you make of that?
So I've seen the footage. I cannot speak to what their intent was or what they were trying to accomplish, what their targets were. I don't know what they were. Obviously, we do not want to see entire villages destroyed. We don't want to see civilian homes destroyed. We don't want to see civilian buildings destroyed. We understand that Hezbollah does operate at times from underneath civilian homes, inside civilian homes. We've seen footage that has emerged over the course of the past 2 weeks of rockets and other military weapons held in civilian homes. So Israel does have a right to go after those legitimate targets, but they need to do so in a way that protects civilian infrastructure, protects civilians.
All right, I'm not sure I understand. I cannot speak to what their intent was or what they were trying to accomplish. Isn't it pretty clear that what their intent was, and whether they had a specific target in mind or not? Blowing up an entire village, that seems to be pretty self-revelatory.
I don't know what was in those buildings. I don't know what was potentially underneath those buildings. That's when I say I can't speak to what they were trying to accomplish.
That was U.S. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller being questioned by Matt Lee of the Associated Press. Well, we go now to Beirut, where we're joined by Rania Abu Zaid. She's a Lebanese-Australian journalist and author based in Beirut. Her new piece for The New Yorker is titled War Comes to Beirut. Rania, welcome back to Democracy Now! If you could respond to the latest news, the places and the scale of the Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon.
Well, actually, a month ago today, the war in the south became the war in Lebanon, with Israel's mass detonation of thousands of pages across the country. And that was followed the next day with similar triggering of explosives in walkie-talkies. And it heralded an escalation that continues to this day. So Israeli attacks have been ramped up in terms of the scope of the attacks, in terms of the frequency, the geographical location, and also the targeting. You mentioned in your intro the attack yesterday on Nabatiya's municipal building. Now, Nabatiya is a provincial capital in southern Lebanon. The Israelis had earlier called on its residents to evacuate. Some were unable or unwilling to, and the local council members, some of them including the mayor, stayed behind to provide aid, bread, to distribute bread to those people, and they were killed. Just in this past week, we have seen airstrikes on homes that have been sheltering displaced people. This week there was an attack on a house in northern Lebanon, which is the opposite end of the country from the Israeli border, and it killed more than 20 people. So we are seeing a definite escalation that started a month ago and doesn't show any sign of letting up.
Hey, Rania, if you can talk about Israel saying they are only targeting Hezbollah. Talk about the map of who is getting bombed, and also talk about what Hezbollah is responsible for, not only a military wing.
Yes, no, Hezbollah is not only a military wing, it is also a political party. It has members of parliament, more than a dozen of them. It has ministers in this government and certainly in governments over many years past. It has a very vigorous and active social services arm, which includes first responders. They have also come under attack by the Israelis, and many of them have been killed. So it's a multi-armed organization, which is an integral part of Lebanon's social and political and military fabric. In terms of the victims of these Israeli strikes, I mean, I can tell you that the death tolls. The daily death tolls are in the double digits, and most of those people who are killed are women and children. In that attack in northern Lebanon that I mentioned, there was an 80-year-old woman who was killed along with two babies. So it's not just going after Hezbollah. We've heard this before. We've heard this in Gaza, that they're only going after Hamas. And it's the same thing that we're hearing here. I mean, yesterday, as you mentioned also in your intro, Israeli troops rigged an entire village in southern Lebanon, which is very close to the border, and they blew it up. This is the Gaza playbook.
Are in Beirut. For your latest piece for The New Yorker, you've been speaking to people who've been displaced there, tens of thousands. If you could tell us what they were saying and what the situation in Beirut is as more and more people are displaced from areas around Lebanon.
Well, first of all, the Israeli drones don't seem to leave the air. They don't seem to leave the skies over Beirut, and they're not just over the southern suburbs, which is where Hezbollah had offices and a presence. It's everywhere, across the city. It is this incessant buzzing. The displaced are being housed in more than 1,000 facilities across the country, including more than 700 schools and educational facilities. There are also many people who are still on the streets. Just yesterday, I was with a group of hundreds of displaced people who are in an area very close to the coast, to the Lebanese coast, in an area called BL, and they're staying. I can't even call them tents because the four sides were completely open to the elements. It was just a piece of canvas overhead, and these people are displaced from all over Lebanon, not just from the south. They were displaced from the southern suburbs of Beirut, an area known as Dahiya, and as well as the Bekaa, which has also come under bombardment, and elsewhere. There were Syrians among them too. So yes, the government has opened more than 1,000 shelters, but it's not enough given the sheer volume of people who have been displaced. Many have also been taken in by Lebanese into their homes, and that is why some of these houses, we've seen some of these displaced people who were taken in by Lebanese in other parts of the country come under Israeli attack.
And Rania, if you could talk about the number of people you spoke to who consider themselves anti-Hezbollah, how are they feeling now?
Well, it's definitely, the sentiment here is that this is now a war on Lebanon, and that there is no safe space. When Christian villages in the north and in the south can also be targeted, there is a sense that you just don't know who who Israel is targeting. They claim that they are chasing Hezbollah operatives. Who knows? There are question marks about that. Is there any proof of that? Like yesterday, when they blew up the village in the south, they said that there were Hezbollah tunnels under this. They seem, again, this is part of the Gaza playbook. They can say that there is a command center, Hamas command center under one of the hospitals, and blow it up. So there's this sense that there are certainly Lebanese who disagree with Hezbollah's decision to open what it called a support front to ease the pressure of Gaza. That was how Hezbollah described its support front. There are Lebanese who disagree with that. There are Lebanese who blame Hezbollah for dragging, they say, dragging the country into the war. And there are many others who see Hezbollah as the frontline defense against Israeli, not only airstrikes and attacks, but also there have been attempts over the past 2.5 weeks or so for Israeli ground troops to enter southern Lebanon, and they have faced very fierce resistance from Hezbollah fighters in the south.
Well, if you could respond, Rania, to what Netanyahu has said about Israel's intentions in Lebanon. He said that the Lebanese basically need to eliminate Hezbollah unless people of Lebanon, he says, quote, take the country back and free themselves from Hezbollah. Lebanon would be turned into Gaza. I mean, your response, people are saying, suggesting that what Israel really wants is to instigate a civil war in Lebanon. Is that the general sentiment?
That is the general sentiment, and that is a sentiment that was conveyed from some of the country's top politicians down to some of these displaced people who are still on the streets of Beirut. That is that's how it was interpreted, that he's basically saying, turn on each other, or we will turn you into Gaza. And we see these efforts to try and foment this suspicion among Lebanese. There are, in all of those cases that I mentioned, when displaced people who were taken into homes in other parts, let me be frank, in non-Shiite areas of Lebanon were targeted by the Israelis. There is this sense that the Israelis are trying to make Lebanese fear each other, to try and make the people of the South almost outcasts, and to make people afraid to take in the displaced into their homes and into their communities. This is compounded by the fact that in recent days, Israeli journalists just casually tweet something saying, hey, what's happening in a garden in a particular neighborhood, and that causes widespread panic when the Lebanese fear that perhaps that garden, they're saying that because that garden or that facility might be targeted. Just before we went on air, there was a report that the Al Jazeera offices in central Beirut have also received a similar warning, and that they have now been evacuated. So there is this panic and this sense that Israel can target whatever it wants, whenever it wants, and that they're with complete impunity.
Your response also to Prime Minister Netanyahu, Rania, saying that he's demanding UNIFIL soldiers get out of combat zones, alleging their presence is providing a human shield for Hezbollah, and overall talk about the significance of saying that the peacekeepers, I think there are about 10,000 of them in southern Lebanon, should get out of the way. Many saying they want them, that Israel wants them out because they don't want international observers describing what's happening there. But how UNIFIL is seen in Lebanon?
Well, I'll tell you how UNIFIL has responded to those threats, and UNIFIL has said that they're not going anywhere. UNIFIL is the peacekeeping force that is stationed along the UN delineated blue line, which is the border between the two states. It is their role to stay there and to monitor what is happening there. We've seen 4, I think 5 attacks now, direct Israeli attacks on UNIFIL bases. They have wounded peacekeepers. They have taken out surveillance cameras on some of these bases. They've also, on one occasion, actually used a bulldozer to try and bring down a wall on one of these UNIFIL bases. So it's all part of this effort to sort of intimidate and to attempt to discredit not just UNIFIL, but the UN. We've seen the same thing with UNRWA, which is the UN agency which is tasked with dealing with Palestinian refugees. Beyond that, I mean, we saw Netanyahu himself at the UN General Assembly stand on the podium there and call the UN anti-Semitic. Israel has declared the UN Secretary General persona non grata in Israel. So it's all part of this coordinated effort to try and discredit the UN if it points out things like international law and the laws of war and international humanitarian law, and in fact UNIFIL's mission and why it is in southern Lebanon.
Hi, Zarina.
Rania, could you explain, this idea, this doctrine, the Dahieh doctrine, and whether, which is named, of course, after the area outside Beirut, which has come under a fire from Israel, and whether you think that's actually in effect now. And I just want to quote a brief passage from your New Yorker piece where you point out, I mean, just to give a scale, a sense of the scale of Israel's assault, a number of health workers have been killed, health facilities targeted. You quote Air Wars, a British conflict monitor, who told the Washington Post that Israel's offensive in Lebanon was, quote, the most intense aerial campaign that we know of in the last 20 years. Of course, with the exception of Gaza. So if you could explain the Dahieh doctrine and your sense of whether it's in effect now.
Well, the Dahieh doctrine was created basically after the 2006 war. And to put it very bluntly, the idea is that you cause so much pain to a community that you try and pry public support from the group, from the non-state actor, in this case Hezbollah. So the idea is that you inflict so much pain on Hezbollah's support base, on what is known here as the resistance community, that it turns against the group. And this is why we're seeing, the scope of the targets is so wide. It is not just Israelis are not just targeting Hezbollah infrastructure, military targets. They're also targeting, as I said, displaced people who've escaped to parts of the country that are very far away from the border. They're targeting, the Lebanon's public health minister has said that there are hospitals that have been bombed and closed their doors because of the threat of Israeli strikes. More than 100 paramedics have been killed. Medical centers have been targeted. So the targeting is very broad, and the idea is to try and, as I said, pry that support, to say, actually, Hezbollah's Deputy Secretary General Sheikh Naim Qasim said this not in his last speech, which was a few days ago, but in the one before that. He said this is a war about who screams first. So it's about inflicting pain on the other side and who is going to say enough first. And the Dahieh doctrine thinks that if you inflict enough pain on Hezbollah's supporters, you will pry them away from the party.
Rania Abu Zaid is a Lebanese-Australian journalist and author based in Beirut. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll link to your piece for The New Yorker, War Comes to Beirut.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Tributes have poured in from across the globe for 19-year-old Shaban al-Dalou, a software engineering student who burned to death after Israel bombed Gaza's Al-Aqsa hospital in central Deir al-Balah early Monday morning. The bombing set off a massive fire in an area packed with makeshift tents housing displaced Palestinians who'd sought safety at the hospital, including Shaban's family. He was an engineering student at Gaza's Al-Azhar University who just started his studies in September of last year. He built the tent shelter his family was living in when Israel bombed them. Photographs and footage of his final moments shocked millions around the world as Shaban laid in a hospital bed with an IV attached to his arm as the flames engulfed him. This is a video of Shaban al-Dahlou, in his own words, posted as part of a fundraising campaign to evacuate him from Gaza with his family.
From the tent where we reside, I'm Shaban Ahmad, 19 years old. I'm a student studying software engineer. In this barbaric starvation war, we have displaced 5 times so far. Now we are in Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in the middle of Gaza, Deir al-Balah. I'm taking care of my family as I'm the oldest. I have 2 sisters and 2 little brothers and my parents. We live in a very hard circumstances, suffering from various things such as homelessness and limited food and extremely limited medicine. And
Hi, Lady
the
Badass.
only thing between us and the freezing temperature is this tent that we constructed by ourselves.
Shaban was at Al-Aqsa Hospital receiving care after he survived the earlier Israeli strike. Shaban al-Dahlou would have turned 20 this week. We go now to Gaza, where we're joined by Abu Bakr Abed, a 21-year-old journalist from Deir al-Balah in Gaza. He used to be a football or soccer commentator, but now, as he says, he's an accidental war correspondent. His new report for Dropsite News is titled, Shaban al-Dahlou burned alive in Gaza would have been 20 today. Shaban burned alive alongside his mother, who was also killed on Monday morning. And we've just learned his little brother has succumbed to his injuries. Abu Bakr, you wrote in your piece, he was then immolated along with his mother. We couldn't identify which charred body was him, but then we searched for a gold necklace his mother used to wear. We found it on one body and knew it was her. Then we buried them in one grave. You also shared the tragic news that Shaban's youngest brother, Abdul Rahman, has succumbed to his burn wounds. He was 10 years old. Abu Bakr Abed, you were about the same age as Shaban. Talk about how you learned of his story and the importance of you writing it.
First, thank you so much for having me. But let me just start by saying that
such a hard story to cover.
After his youngest brother succumbed to his injuries and burns today early in the morning, now the other 2 sisters are facing the same fate. They are being treated here at Gaza's hospitals, which lack every basic necessity inside them. So they are on the verge of also being killed and passing away. So we're talking about an entire family that is going to be wiped out. Another family is going to be wiped off the civil record, which is incredibly harrowing. Regarding the story of Shaban, you know, I just live a few steps away from the hospital. I'm here, I'm a regional resident of Deir al-Balah, and then pre-dawn, before dawn exactly, an attack happened and I was partially awakened, as this is the norm over the course of time since this genocide started. So when the footage and the videos really went viral on social media and everywhere, then I was just looking at the photos and the videos, and there was someone inside, engulfed by flames, being burnt alive in front of millions of people. That was, to me, something special because I could not really comprehend it. I could not really stay silent. It's my duty opportunity to honor such a memory. And particularly because when I knew for the very first time that he was going to be, or he was 19 years old, and just 2 days ago he turned 20, if he would have been alive, then I felt that this is my story, because no one else across the globe would really have done this story in the way I could. We are about the same age, as you mentioned. He memorized the Quran, I memorized the Quran. He dreamt of completing his studies. I also dream of completing my studies. And our message is very clear from here. We are young men that have nothing to do with this war. We're not a party to this war. We have no connection with Hamas, but we are very daily being subjected to sheer violence and brutality that is nothing to do with this war. It just keeps going and on and on, and without any stop. Even after the news of the killing of Hamas leader, there seems to be no stop, and which is incredibly devastating for us. What more should we really endure and go through so this war can stop? So the life of Sha'ban should be honored. I'm so proud, I'm so honored, I'm so privileged to have honored his memory, because he had a life once. Israel destroyed his house, reduced his university to rubble. He just started his university studies 2 years ago, and then an entire life, a universe of a human, just reduced to ashes. This is the barbarity and brutality of what Israel is about.
Abu Bakr, I want to tell the audience around the world who's watching now, the noise behind you. You are right in front of Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah, where Sha'ban ultimately died of his injuries. Explain how he built this tent, where he had come from for his family. You also spoke to his father, and you spoke to his cousin, who was also named Sha'ban.
Yes, it's just devastating. They are now appealing to everyone outside the world that we want to help the entire family. We want to help the other members that are still surviving their burns. But unfortunately, there seems to be no end. People overall, they are heading to hospitals because they think hospitals are probably or are, seemingly the safest places here in Gaza. But the fact is that there is no safe place in Gaza. Sha'ban fled his home from Al Nasser neighborhood in Gaza City to Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital from the very first days of this incredibly harsh genocide, and he sought refuge here. But unfortunately, he was killed, he was immolated alongside his mother, and now his brother, his youngest brother, has passed away. We're now talking about a very high possibility that the other two sisters of Sha'ban will join them. Now, it's just incredibly, devastating and disappointing to hear about such innocent souls being taken, being, stolen, loads of dreams and loads of things. And it's the same fate. They are being treated now inside hospitals in Gaza. These hospitals, as Israel continues its blockade of medical aid entering the Strip, the closure of the two crossings in Gaza, Karm Abu Salam and Rafah crossings, are making things very difficult to treat, many patients. Even here inside the vicinity of the hospital here, we're talking about like funerals after funerals, a lot of people wailing over the bodies of their loved ones. Mothers are crying and sobbing in pain. Children don't have food. And it's the same story for me. I just have, I'm just being starved. I'm incredibly going through such a devastating and harsh time where I can't find anything, any means of life. It's been a year. These people's wounds haven't yet been healed up. We want to talk about that even time doesn't, heal their wounds. We just want to bring to the world, conjure up to the world the idea that, or the many reasons why this world should push for a ceasefire, should make the ceasefire, should trigger a ceasefire deal very soon, because it seems incredibly heartbreaking what we are seeing on a very daily basis. Even just minutes before I'm talking to you, the Israeli military has ratcheted up its attacks in central Gaza and the northern parts and here in our city. So the overall situation we're talking about is just getting dire and deteriorating every single day. Why? The main question is why? What Israel wants to achieve here in Gaza after nearly obliterating every meter of Gaza. This seems incredibly and, unbelievably heartbreaking.
Abu Bakr, I wanted to play Shaban's uncle, Abdulhay Al-Dalu.
The occupation is the incinerator. The most difficult thing for a person is to be burned. This is a message to the world. I wish the world look at it and see the reactions of people regarding this burning of a Palestinian person who is being tortured day and night. Nobody looks at the Palestinian person with mercy, neither the Arab countries, nor the Western countries, nor the countries of the international community.
Again, that is Shaban Al-Dalu's uncle, Abdulhay Al-Dalu, talking after Shaban died. Shaban was 19. Our guest right now, Abu Bakr Abed, is 21. As we were showing video of Shaban, Abu Bakr, I couldn't help think how much he looks like you. You're similar ages. There you are in front of the hospital.
Have a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Kairos_Rev_ raided your channel with 24 viewers.
Minha entrada de fone tá toda cagada porque tá danificada. Deixa eu só consertar aqui que eu não tô ouvindo nada.
And I was muted. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Kairos Rev. Yes, Kairos does stream in English, not Portuguese, all the time. Funny clip. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a great stream. If you need to raid and run, I get it. No worries. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, hello. Remember to hydrate. All right, so this piece, you may have already seen it. It was so heavy. And we've got another piece from Abu Bakr Abed from the Electric Intifada coming up next. But this is him on Democracy Now! Talking about Shaban, the 19-year-old boy who was immolated by the Israeli military. And yeah, it's been a really heavy piece. So we're struggling. But we're here together. And it's like a sad hug. Yes. Please take care of the puppers and yourself. Yes, y'all are safe in good hands. Thank you so much for being here, Raiders. If you can refresh your stream, double tap my little icon, make sure you're counted as a viewer. It helps me out. And yeah, let's finish this piece up and then we'll get into more.
And I also couldn't help notice how skinny you are.
Hello there. It's so sad.
How are you getting food? And how is your own family getting food?
Didn't my sound alert work? Hello there.
Honestly, as I told you, as Israel continues closing the two crossings across the BC territory, there is no food being allowed into the strip. We just merely depend on some loaves of bread, which is our daily struggle. To get food, I don't know where else across the globe, across the entirety of the globe, getting food and looking for some water is an arduous journey. We are struggling. We are, exerting so much efforts to just get a sip of water. water, and then some food. I'm talking about myself here as someone who's struggling with my weak immune system. There's nothing to do with this war in particular. I haven't got any, since this genocide started, any food, any fresh food that I can really help myself with. I'm most of the time fatigued, which is a result and a symptom of Israel's continued genocide. It's the same thing. My family are the same. My parents are sick. We haven't been able to provide my parents with any medications, with any needed medications over the course of the past time. So it's not only my struggle, it's the struggle of every single one here in Gaza. And because we are talking about Sha'ban was starved. He was immunocompromised as well, and he had gone through many times of gastroenteritis, hepatitis A virus before even being injured inside Al-Aqsa Martyrs Mosque. When he was injured and his head was stitched up by 20 stitches. I don't know when this barbarity and insanity will stop, but it just continues. And we could be, again, my message to the world is that I could be the next Sha'ban. Anyone could be the next Sha'ban, because Israel is allowed to do anything. There are no international laws that can prevent Israel from continuing its open war crimes in Gaza. There is no law, and even my understanding is that the international laws and the rights of living, rights of freedom for every human being around the world are enshrined into humanity, into our globe as we call it. But the claim to humanity we're talking about has just been exposed when this genocide started, because the double standards of the Western community are extremely devastating and also disgusting. And
Abu Bakr, I want to thank you so much for being with us, and I hate to cut you off.
About this.
Thank you so much for being with us, Abu Bakr.
All right. Quick music break while I run to the little NBC. Yeah.
The premise of many horror films are haunted houses built over mass graves. The science fiction ones imagine aliens coming to colonize and enslave the earth. Westerns champion settlers over the indigenous. Projectionist archives of colonial exploits as entertainment. Voices to rubble. Like rocks crying out. To sleep through bomb blast.
dust. Born of a concrete womb. Voices to rubble. Voices to rubble. Voices to rubble.
Christina. Good morning. Oh, okay.
We have a special guest before we go to our already scheduled programming. We wanted to bring on Abu Bakr from Deir Bala. We just saw his video. Abu Bakr, hi. Are you there?
Hi, how are you?
Good. So good to see you.
Thank you so much. It's so dark here. I don't know why, but yes, it's not, our souls will keep shining, but it's dark here, unfortunately.
You bring the light, Abu Bakr. You are the light.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Abu Bakr, I can't even begin to figure out how to ask you to describe what happened in Deir Bala early Monday morning. I know that you've been reporting on the tent massacre and the inferno that Israel created. You spoke with family members of Shaban al-Dalu. Can you tell us what you saw and what you've been doing the last few days since?
You've just said it like moments ago that we need a new set of vocabularies to describe the horror we are subjected to here in Gaza. And you're right in every word you're saying, because this last week particularly has been utterly the worst, something we never ever imagined in our lives. The attack on the school where, dozens of people were killed, more than 20, and something I reported on that on the Electronic Intifada. At the same time, then the attack on the Al-Aqsa Hospital, Martyrs Hospital, came. These attacks that only continue and continue and continue are something traumatizing and something that we can't really endure anymore, because what I saw that, I just the people planned that. I met Shaban's family, whose photo went viral on social media. His cousin is still smiling. But this is a reminder to you that we will stay hopeful, we will stay smiling despite seeing his cousin burning alive in front of his eyes. But yes, what he said to me is incredibly difficult, because he told me that we got him out from the depth of the fire flames as a child body, the same as his mother. We couldn't identify, and that is his cousin, we couldn't identify which body was Shaban, but we knew that we knew through a necklace around one of the child bodies, which belonged to Shaban's mother, Ala. The atrocities we are exploring on a very daily basis have intensified, and it's just a new shape of the genocide, because I've seen over the past week particularly heads blown up, heads of children blown up. I've seen blood every corner, at every corner of Deir al-Balah. There were children cut off sliced like a potato. There were pieces of human beings everywhere at the hospital, just pools of blood here and there and there and there. It's something I've never seen, and particularly yesterday, because I need to talk about that. Yesterday, there are new tactics the Israeli military is trying to apply and traumatize and terrorize people in Gaza. there are just like whistling sounds with the drones. Apart from the buzzing sound, there are whistling sounds. I didn't sleep overnight, to be honest. I didn't have a sleep yesterday because the sounds were utterly horrific. So just over the last week, more than 70 people killed in Deir al-Balah. This, as referred to, it's Gaza's main haven, which a lot of people are still coming to. The attacks on Al-Nusayrat, the northwestern parts of Al-Nusayrat refugee camp 2, Mukhayam 2, it's completely evacuated. There are hundreds of people there who have come to Deir al-Balah, but they cannot find a shelter. Every single meter is crowded, too overcrowded. Apart from the killings, the tactic of, targeting hospitals, schools without, abiding by international laws or anything, this sick joke, international law, etc. They claim the humanity by the world's leaders, etc. Double standards. To the end, there are things that I've just seen for the very first time in my life. I cannot, forget about the hands of children that were cut off during the last attacks. I cannot.
Abu Bakr, it's those of us who are watching or who are here speaking to you can never imagine seeing such sights, witnessing such horror firsthand, living with the knowledge that at any moment you, any member of your family, any of your friends, your loved ones could be injured or worse in this horrific violence. I just want to acknowledge the impossibility for us to put ourselves in your position. But I want to thank you for being willing to talk about it, because I saw after the horrific murder of the burning in Al-Aqsa hospital of burning alive of people. Hello, are you still with us? Are you still?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Okay. I thought.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I saw some big Zionist social media accounts claiming that these images, these horrifying images, were fake. As someone who has lived through this horror and seen it with your own eyes, what do you say to anyone who would distribute such claims that these horrors are fake, or that Palestinians are manufacturing them in order to make Israel look bad? What's your answer to that?
Oh, what was my answer? Yes, come and just live for 5 minutes here in Gaza. I remember exactly when the attack happened. This is not the first time I'm harshly and violently awakened, but that particular attack, there were gas jars and oxygen jars for patients inside the facility compound, the hospital compound, that caused and led to further blasts. I swear that the blasts lasted for at least 30 minutes. If you don't want to really believe what we have been going through during this particular day, then open just any sounds of bombings and keep it louder to the highest sound, to the loudest sound for 30 minutes, and then let me know what you feel. We're not sleeping. We're not doing anything. I went to see the aftermath of the attack.
We just watched a piece from Democracy Now! And Amy even commented, she's like, I have to comment on how skinny you are. And I'm like, my heart.
Every tent, you're talking about 20, 30 tents around in the facility compound are just burnt, crushed. To the fact that look at the way we are suffering. to the level that those people's tents, the people in those tents just came back to the burnt tents to live inside. We have nowhere to go. We have nowhere else to go. I just saw that. I just left that, and it keeps haunting me. I cannot forget about the horror I saw. Even the bird in that cage, there was a girl that I saw myself. I was meeting many times when I was going to the hospital. I was in numerous times. She was happy. She was playing the hide and seek many times. She was too happy, but I never imagined that I would see her burning alive. They immolated her. Israel has immolated her. Israel didn't like the fact that she was happy, so it immolated her. It burnt her alive. At the same time, there was one of the little children there who had occasionally a beautiful bird inside. He would have spent his time with it most of the time, because it's a solace, it's a source and source of hope or relief, because this is nature. But even this bird was reduced to ashes. Even this bird inside the cage.
And of course,
it can tell you how.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I just wanted to say that of course Shaban al-Dalu and his mother and all the other people were in the yard of a hospital, the place where they should be the safest, which is just a reminder that there is.
And they were there.
Of Gaza.
Yeah, and they were there. Yes, and they were there. They took shelter there from the beginning of the war. And also, just again, there was a little child who had a bird in a cage that he would have spent most of his time with. Even that bird was reduced to ashes. This barbarity can tell you what Israel is about. If you don't believe this, again, I don't know what else we have to live broadcast for you, because this horror, this terror that that are inflicted upon us are something we've never seen before. Again, it looks like a new start of the genocide. We are just starting a new year. It's a new year with new tactics.
PJ Fry raided your channel with 1 viewers.
Thanks for the raid, PJ Fry. Welcome in, everyone. Please give PJ Fry a follow. You had a great stream. Unfortunately, you came in at a pretty dark time.
Extermination, annihilation, and everything. People are asking themselves all the time that what else left in Gaza to destroy? What else? How many others should be killed to end this war and to make people act and move and do something, intervene and stop the genocide?
Abu Bakr, you are in the central Gaza area, and we're going to be talking with our next guest more about the situation in northern Gaza, which is subject to a renewed siege and a renewed genocide, but and particularly to the deprivation of food and all humanitarian supplies. But the situation in the rest of Gaza is not a lot better. Talk about what is going on in your area in terms of markets, availability of food, availability of basic supplies, availability of water. Just describe what it's like on a day-to-day basis to try to get these necessities right now in central Gaza?
Yeah, I can tell you, but let me start with myself. I'm not ashamed of that. Yeah, I feel hurt from inside, to be honest, but yes, I'm not ashamed of that. It's very emotional, I know, but I have to say it to tell your audience. But I did have only 3 meals over the past week.
Wow.
Okay. I did not see any sort of vegetables, any fruits. I'm sick at the moment. Yes, but I don't want to say that. And yes, I didn't see any sort of vegetables. Like every night when I go, like around my home, around the rooms, and think about, what if I were in another country? I would have all types of food, including lettuce, including, okra, including tomatoes, potatoes. I would make the best plates. But I mean, I'm so sorry, but all we eat is some loaves of bread. Yes, that's the situation right now. Look, I'm not trying to. I'm very sorry, but yes, that's what we eat daily, and we just like depend on some loaves of bread without any other things beside these plates. And yes, this is our life. This is the same situation here and there. Even aid is no longer available. It's no longer allowed to enter the strip. So we don't have even canned food right now. We just have some loaves of bread. And I do have some olives, but it's been 376 days where I wish I could make a dinner one time. But I'm not able to do so because this is what Israel and the entire world allowed Israel to happen and wanted us to live through. But it's okay. This is the same situation here, there, and for everyone around us. There's nothing in the markets. There's nothing to buy. There are no vegetables. Vegetables are probably something we haven't seen before. We're deprived of everything. Yes, I mean, it's okay because the world is happy with this. The world, the Salvation Campaign just rolls back again. Never worry. We're used to it. We're used to it. It just rolls back again because I told you the genocide seems to have a restart, and in the most horrific shape. But yes, I'm so thin because people have been noticing that very much. I'm struggling with my immune system, but you will never see me anyway upset. I'm just smiling and I want you to smile. But this is the reality. There's nothing in the markets. A lot of people don't eat anything. And again, I wish I could be in another country and have some good food, but alhamdulillah, that's what I can say. Alhamdulillah on everything. That's our life. That's the thing I have. But alhamdulillah, that's what I can say. Alhamdulillah. You don't have to look. I'm not trying to, drive your emotions. I'm smiling. No, I don't want to see, any sort of, no, that's not. It's okay. But I'm telling you a first-hand experience because this question was a hit in the heart, a pang in the heart. It was a pang in the heart. And I never wanted any of you to ask me this question because I know what I would answer would break your heart. But yes, it's the same thing. Like, for example, today, we did have the same thing. We just had some loaves of bread and one, can of tuna we had like for, many days ago. But, don't be sad. It's just okay. It's just okay. Believe me. No, just okay. I'm smiling. I'm going through it. I know. Thank you so much. But no, don't be like that. No, I just want to see you smiling. This is what you promised me, and this is what I always wanted from you. Keep it up. No worries. No worries. No, Nora. No, Ali. I'm here for you. I'm here with you. I'm here smiling.
We are happy to have you here with us and to see you smiling, but it's not okay, Abu Bakr. None of this is okay. None of this is normal. No one should have to live through this. As you said, it should be like in any normal country, using food as a weapon to starve people, to break.
I'm sorry to cut you off,
most
Charlie. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but let the world know that most people here, and I'm sometimes one of them, when they are hungry, they just look up some food photos on the internet. Let the world know. Let the world know what they have allowed, because it's simply enough. There are little kids who eat from the garbage. It's so emotional. It's so hard. But let the world know that when we are hungry, we look up photos on the internet, photos of food. The photos you normally post, for those people posting photos from restaurants and everywhere around, we look at them, we look up them. Because sometimes we feel we're not humans. But it's okay. Again, I'm not gonna lose my smile. But let that haunt you for a long, very long time. Let it. Let that haunt you. Finally, I'm sorry to cause this to you, but this is the reality. I never wanted you, Dr. Ali or Nora, to ask me these questions. Because I always told you that I dream of having a good food because my body is simply fragile. I'm doing my work and I can't do anything, to be honest. I'm simply most of the time fatigued, but yes, it's okay. Again, this is a symptom of Israel's genocide, of your corrupt leaders. But be hopeful, be smiling, and that yellow rose, that garden will bloom everywhere across the world. Don't be sad at all. Just keep smiling. I never wanted you to be so. Okay? And this is all. I think the laptop will run out of battery and it will end. But sending my love to every one of you, just like this. Bye-bye. Have to leave.
Bakr.
We love you, Abu
Thank you.
Bakr. We'll see you soon.
Just keep smiling. Keep smiling.
We'll
Please,
try.
keep smiling.
We'll try.
Bye-bye. All the best. All the love. Keep your
Love
beautiful
you.
work.
Oh dear.
You don't know what to say after that.
I don't know.
We know it's bad, and I don't like to ask. We have to, we have, through talking to Abu Bakr, through talking to other people in Gaza, an opportunity to learn
very hard to
directly
watch.
what is happening in people's lives around them, what they're observing, and we have to document this, and it's just it is unbearable. It's utterly unbearable.
Yeah, I mean I feel like a deep sense of shame when Abu Bakr or any of our friends and contributors in Gaza are comforting us. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Narmeen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in Washington, D.C. We end today's show looking at the rising risk of a broader regional war in the Middle East. The Pentagon has announced U.S. B-2 bombers attacked 5 Houthi targets in Yemen earlier today. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said the attacks came in response to Houthis' quote, destabilizing behavior. Houthi fighters have attacked vessels in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden since November and vowed to continue until Israel ends its assault on Gaza and Lebanon. This comes as the Biden administration is deploying an advanced anti-missile defense system and 100 U.S. troops to Israel, as Israel threatens to carry out retaliatory strikes against Iran in response to Iran's recent ballistic missile attack on Israeli military and security sites. Earlier today, the commander of Iran's elite Revolutionary Guards issued a new warning to Israel. The commander, Hossein Salami, was speaking at the funeral of Brigadier General Abbas Nilforoshan, who was killed in the Israeli attack that killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah.
You, Israel, may imagine that Thads can compensate for your shortcomings in defending you. This is a mistake. Do not trust the tubes of these launchers. You cannot massacre Muslim nations, but remain safe, secure, and live in peace. No, that cannot happen.
We're joined now by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He's the author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Trita. If you could just begin by responding to this latest news.
So I think it's extremely important for the American public to understand that what Biden has done here is that he has deployed U.S. troops into an active war zone in another country's war. There are no direct and clear U.S. interests at stake here. And the Biden administration is essentially presenting this as if it is defending Israel or helping Israel defend itself, whereas in reality, these are the distinction between defensive and offensive weapons here is rather irrelevant, because what the Biden administration is doing is reducing the cost for Israel to escalate tensions in the region. Every time Biden does this, it makes it easier for Israel to escalate. And as a result, it continues to do exactly that. If Biden was not reducing the cost of escalation, it would have been costlier for Israel to do the steady escalation as we've seen in the last year, widening of the war. And it would have thought twice. Perhaps the cost would even have been prohibitive. So if the Biden administration's actual goal is to prevent the widening of the war, prevent escalation in the region, adding defensive or any type of military capabilities to the side that actually is leading the escalation is not something that in any way, shape, or form actually can help calm the situation down. Instead, it actually helps fuel tensions in the region and increases the likelihood of the very same widening of the war that Biden claims that he is against.
Can you give us, Trita, a chronology of what happened? The bombing on the inauguration of the new president by Israel of Tehran. Not clear if it was an airstrike, if it was a bomb that was planted that killed the Hamas negotiator, Ismail Haniyeh. Then that was Israel. Iran waits weeks and then attacks with 180 anti-ballistic missiles that kill no one but a Palestinian who died from, not clear, the shrapnel that came down from the sky in Jericho. They said they were just targeting military sites in Israel. Is Iran coordinating, by the way, with the United States, actually, in all of this? Is there more behind-the-scenes communication than we understand?
There is behind-the-scenes communication, undoubtedly, and there is, perhaps at a surface level, a degree of coordination. I think the Iranians do not want to see escalation, knowing very well that they are in a weaker military position, and they know quite well that Netanyahu has been itching for a war for quite some time, a war that he designs to drag the U.S. into it. And his best opportunity to drag the U.S. into this unnecessary war is in the next 3 weeks. So the Iranians have been rather restrained, hoping that they would avoid walking into Israel's trap. This is part of the reason why, after the assassination of Haniyeh, despite the fact that they promised a response, they didn't respond. They claimed that there were promises from the U.S. and Europe that there would be a ceasefire, and that they waited to give that a chance. No ceasefire came, but on top of that, instead, Israel attacks Lebanon, kills Nasrallah as well as the senior IRGC official. And after that, the Iranians decide to respond, and they do so by striking military targets. And in that strike, they also demonstrate their capacity to penetrate Israel's air defenses, which is precisely why when the THAAD is now being deployed over there in Israel is an indication, is an admission that the Israeli air defenses are insufficient. This, again, goes back to what I said earlier on. Every time Israel escalates the war, Biden rushes in to protect Israel from the consequences of its own escalation. That is not a strategy to prevent escalation. That is a strategy that fuels escalation.
So, Trita, could we also talk about what role countries in the region could potentially play in any possible retaliation against Iran? The Iranian foreign minister was recently in Riyadh. He's now in Egypt. But people have spoken specifically about Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Israel has been trying to persuade them to, quote, not facilitate any possible Israeli retaliation. If you could talk about the relationship between the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Iran, the various sites at which they've been at odds, and where they stand at the moment vis-a-vis Iran.
There's been an interesting evolution of the position of the Saudis and the Emiratis. 15 years ago, they were not publicly, but privately, they were lobbying the U.S. quite aggressively to go to war with Iran. This was revealed by the WikiLeaks, in which the cables showed how much very senior officials, including the king of Saudi Arabia at the time, was pushing for the U.S. to go to war. This has now changed in the last couple of years. There's both been a bit of a rapprochement between these countries, but also a clear realization on the Saudi and the Emirati side that the Iranians actually have capabilities that go far beyond what they had expected, which means that in case of a war, the Iranians would have the capacity of destroying a tremendous amount of facilities in Saudi Arabia and the Emirates. And as a result, those two countries would suffer tremendously in the case of a war, which is something that they previously did not think was the case. Today, I don't think they are in any way, shape, or form eager for this type of a confrontation. And I think the message from the Iranian side to them has been that if they facilitate, if they allow their airspace to be used or their bases to be used for an attack against Iran, the Iranians will also retaliate against them directly. I think that message from the Iranians is sent to them in order for them to put pressure on the Biden administration to actually restrain Israel, something that the Biden administration has been unwilling to do. The Iranians don't have a direct way of pressuring the Biden administration, but they appear to be calculating that through Saudi Arabia and the UAE, there may be a greater likelihood that the Biden administration finally will do something to prevent the Israelis from further escalation.
Trita Parsi, according to the Washington Post, Israel's now considering striking military sites in Iran, but not Iran's oil or nuclear facilities. However, many in the U.S. and Israel are saying take this moment to strike take out Iran's nuclear facilities. We know, of course, Trump pulled the U.S. out of the Iran nuclear deal that Obama had negotiated. What exactly would this mean, what is about to take place, apparently?
Most military analysis point to the fact that the Israelis actually don't have the capacity of delivering a fatal blow to Iran's nuclear facilities. They have been pushing for a larger attack, including against oil installations and economic infrastructure. The Biden administration has pushed back and has essentially delivered a list of military targets that they believe would be adequate for Israel's response. The Israelis reportedly have agreed to this, but I think it's very important to understand that most of this is frankly meaningless. Because once the Israelis strike, particularly if they strike against military sites and try to target military officials, as they have done in Lebanon, there will be civilian casualties. There will be an escalation that will almost make it inevitable for the Iranians to then respond again, which then means that in the second iteration of this, the Israelis are very likely to go after economic infrastructure, oil installations, and potentially the nuclear program as well. As long as we are on an escalatory cycle, it does not matter what the first step is. What matters is what the last step is. And as long as we are on that cycle and Biden is not preventing it, it's frankly meaningless if the first step is to avoid targeting nuclear sites and economic infrastructure. This will escalate towards a war in which all of those different things will be targeted, both on the Iranian side as well as on the Israeli side.
And Trita, finally, if you could respond to the fact that Netanyahu, much like we spoke about this in our earlier segment on Lebanon, much like as he did with Lebanon, gave a direct address to the Lebanese people. He did the same with Iran last month, saying with every passing moment, the Iranian government is bringing the noble Persian people closer to the abyss. What is the significance of this, and why is he doing that?
Well, he's done this on previous occasions as well, not only in the context of Gaza and Lebanon, but in the case of Iran as well. I think the primary target of this is actually not the Iranian public. The message was in English, and the original video had English subtitles. This is a message to the Western audience in order to present Israel's war of aggression as a defensive war, as a war that will help get rid of a very unpopular regime in Iran. And as a result, just as with the Iraq war, this deserves the support of the Western publics because the government in Iran is so problematic, similar to the argument against Saddam Hussein. And remember, it was Netanyahu who testified in Congress back right before the Iraq war, promising that an attack on Iraq would have positive reverberations throughout the entire region.
Thank you, Trita Parsi. I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft and author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and The Triumph of Diplomacy. And that does it for our show. I'm Nermeen Sheikh with Amy Goodman for another edition of Democracy Now! This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in Washington, D.C. Northern Gaza is being wiped off the map. That's the warning from Oxfam and 35 other humanitarian groups who say Israel's siege on northern Gaza has reached a, quote, horrifying level of atrocity. Earlier today, Israel's military bombed an UNRWA school in Jabalia, housing hundreds of displaced Palestinian families. Al Jazeera reports the death toll from the attack has climbed to 25, with many children among the dead. As Israel continues its siege on northern Gaza, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin sent Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a letter Sunday threatening to cut off U.S. military assistance if Israel does not boost humanitarian aid access to Gaza within the next 30 days. The Biden administration has continued to arm Israel despite findings by its own experts at USAID and the State Department that Israel has routinely impeded delivery of food and medicine to Gaza in violation of U.S. law. Politico has revealed that in August, Biden's special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues, Lise Grand, met with leaders of more than a dozen aid organizations and directly said the U.S. would not suspend arms to Israel. One person who attended the meeting told Politico, quote, she was saying that the rules don't apply to Israel. Grant also reportedly said the United States will not, quote, hold anything back that they want. We're joined now by Josh Paul. He's a former veteran State Department official who resigned in protest of the push to increase arms sales to Israel amid its assault on Gaza. He's a former director in the Bureau of Political Military Affairs in the State Department. On Wednesday, he and Tariq Habash, who resigned in protest from the Education Department, announced the formation of a new lobbying organization and a political action committee called a new policy to push for Washington to take a new approach on Israel-Palestine. Josh Paul, welcome back to Democracy Now! We'll talk about this new organization and the pact that you've formed. But first, if you could respond to the letter that Austin and Blinken sent to Netanyahu, what it said and what it means that they gave Israel 30 days. Of course, in 30 days, that's after the U.S. elections will take place and a new administration will be in power.
Yes, thank you, Amy, and good to join you this morning. So I want to clarify to begin with that the letter that Blinken and Austin sent to their counterparts in the Israeli government didn't actually threaten to cut off arms or to suspend security assistance. It simply said that there could be consequences under National Security Memorandum 20 and under US law. What those consequences are, I think, remains to be seen, if at all. We have seen repeated expressions of concern from the United States government over the course of the last year, and yet what this letter makes clear in its detail, and it is a detailed letter. It lists, I believe, 15 steps the United States would like to see Israel take to facilitate the entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. What it does by doing so is demonstrate that the US is currently in breach of its own laws. US law says the US cannot provide security or any form of assistance to a country that is restricting the delivery of US-funded humanitarian assistance. Here we have, in writing from this administration, a list of the ways in which Israel is doing so. And yet US military assistance continues to flow. And of course, nowhere in the law does it say, give them 30 days to see if they can fix it. The law is very clear that when it is made known to the president that assistance is being restricted, US assistance cannot be provided. So I think that there is, plenty of reasons for skepticism here. And of course, while people are starving on a daily basis in Gaza, dying of malnutrition, the time for this to be fixed is now. The time for it to be fixed was actually almost a year ago, but it is certainly now, not in 30 days.
So, Josh Paul, if you can talk, although you left the State Department protesting U.S. policy on Israel, and you were the person who approved weapons sales within the State Department, you clearly still have contacts within the State Department. Can you talk about what people are saying? I mean, everything from the revelations of ProPublica, also us speaking to other people who quit over reports coming out of the State Department saying clearly Israel is cutting off, preventing humanitarian aid from coming in, and yet Blinken turns these reports around. What people are saying, are there more resignations within the State Department? And what the U.S. accomplishes, since Netanyahu is such a clear ally of Trump and wants him to win, yet Biden still embraces him, supports him, and even with this warning letter, as you said, the election will happen by the time they were to cut off aid if Israel doesn't comply with what the U.S. is demanding.
Yes, that last part in particular has been a bit of a mystery to me and I think lots of other people, because it has been very clear that Prime Minister Netanyahu has long had a preference for the Republican Party and for President Trump. He made that clear again when he came to Washington. He has made that clear in running rings around President Biden repeatedly over the course of the last year. So what the thinking there is on the part of Democratic strategists, I just can't fathom. With regard to how things are playing out within the State Department, it's actually been a year to the day since I handed in my resignation at the State Department. And there was a significant increase in dissent, in protest within the department in the initial months of this conflict. I think the challenge is that none of that really led to any policy, or policy changes, because what we have is a very tightly controlled set of decisions that are being made on a very political and politicized basis from the very top levels of the US government. You noted that, within the State Department, there has been increasing transparency and pushes from USAID, the U.S. Agency for International Development, and from, for example, the Bureau of Population, Refugees and Migration, to submit to Secretary Blinken evidence that Israel is restricting US-funded humanitarian assistance. I think it is worth noting that when ProPublica's piece came out 2 weeks ago, reporting that these reports had gone to Secretary Blinken and he had cast them aside, that report also noted that one of those officials, Julieta Valeta Noyes, Assistant Secretary for Population, Refugees and Migration, had been asked if she felt that Section 620I of the law that says we cannot provide assistance in these circumstances had been triggered, her initial response was yes. When she was pressed, she backed down. I think it's worth noting that she quietly resigned a week ago, shortly after the ProPublica story came out. So I think there is a degree still of concern and certainly of shame amongst higher level officials. I know that amongst lower level officials, there is immense pain. I've heard from people in the last week saying they don't know if they can do this any longer. At the same time, I think there's also a feeling of desperation and that there's really nothing under President Biden that can be done or can be changed from the inside on this issue. So people are waiting to see what happens next and what happens after the election.
And do you see, from your vantage point as an insider, any space between Biden and Harris?
I think that's very hard to say. Certainly, Vice President Harris, as a candidate, has not given us much evidence that there is any space. On the contrary, she has said repeatedly that she will continue the policies set by President Biden, including of unconditional support for Israel. There are people around Vice President Harris. Her policy team are, I think, different than those around Biden. And I think as well that Harris is not the ideologue on this issue that President Biden is. But I do think that what we face here is a deep-rooted and very entrenched set of political economic incentives that will make it very hard for anyone to change U.S. policy in this regard, regardless of the outcome of the election or of this election. This is something that is going to take a long time to resolve and a lot of effort. And to get to the point that you opened our session with, that's why Tariq Habash and I and a group of extraordinary, remarkable leaders, including former U.S. Ambassador to Syria, Robert Ford, have created a new policy. This is a lobbying organization and a political action committee founded on the idea that what we face here is actually not a policy problem. We know what the policy problems are. The people in government know what the policy problems are. What we face here is a political problem. And until we fix the politics, until we play within this ugly system that we have to make it work in the interests of the American voters, the American people, American values, and the interests of all of the people in the region, we are not going to make headway. So that is what we are out to do.
And Josh Paul, if you could also respond to recent reports that suggest that Israel will launch retaliatory strikes against Iran within the next 3 weeks, that is to say before the U.S. election. And although the Biden administration has reportedly won assurances from Israel that they will not attack Iranian nuclear or oil sites, of course, the implications of this would be enormous. If you could respond to that and how you think the Biden administration would respond in the event that Israel does attack Iran.
Well, so let's first of all remember that the Biden administration also won assurances from Israel back in April that it would conduct itself in accordance with international humanitarian law and not restrict the flow of humanitarian assistance in Gaza. So I'm not sure how much assurances from Israel at this point are worth or how credibly they can be taken. That said, I think that one of the things that is empowering Prime Minister Netanyahu in this situation is his knowledge that America has Israel's back, that no matter what Israel does, we have deployed now a terminal high-altitude air defense system, a THAAD system, which is our most capable and most expensive air defense system to Israel. We have deployed several squadrons of U.S. fighter jets. We have deployed U.S. Navy ships. And I think that the problem there is that we create for Prime Minister Netanyahu this ability to escalate without concern of the repercussions, and indeed, if anything, a certain attraction one can imagine to him of getting America involved in a conflict with Iran that he has long craved. So I think these are indeed very dangerous times, particularly as we lead into a U.S. election here.
Finally, Josh, a new policy, the name of your new organization, a new policy's website says the United States policy in the Middle East should comply with American laws, reflect American values, advance peace and prosperity for all Americans.
Awesome.
Are you saying now that the U.S. is breaking U.S. law?
Really cool.
So not only am I saying that the U.S. is breaking U.S. law, but I've actually heard, as have others who I'm working with from members of Congress behind closed doors, who will say, we believe that what Israel is doing with our weapons amounts to war crimes, but we won't say that publicly. What a new policy's mission ultimately is, as Tariq Habash said today in the magazine Semaphore, is to change that, is to fix that, is to make it so that U.S. elected officials can vote in accordance with their voters' preferences, with their constituents' interests, with American values, and with American law. We need to remove these structural roadblocks and these financial, frankly, roadblocks to our democracy and to the enforcement.
No, Adam, I don't agree that Palestine isn't innocent in this. No, sorry. War crimes were committed on October 7th by both sides, and civilians were killed by both Israelis and the Palestinians. And that is a war crime. But they are not at fault for being oppressed and for resisting and for fighting back against their occupiers.
Enforcement of our law. So if all of your listeners or viewers would like to visit, we're at www.anewpolicy.org. I'm happy to continue the conversation there as well.
Thanks so much, Josh Paul, former director in the Bureau of Political Military Affairs in the State Department. He resigned in protest last year. He's just launched a lobbying group called A New Policy. Thanks so much for joining us.
Been doing worse than apologia for groups like Hezbollah and Houthis in his reaction to Zionism. I mean, I don't know what he said, but I really don't care. To be honest, I find the like safe, cozy, rich white people in America picking apart the ideology of resistance groups. Yep. There's nothing to me that makes me want to scream more. It's the height of privilege, and it's just such Western chauvinism. So I support Hassan 100%. I think it's great that he had that Houthi kid on back in the day, and we should be understanding more why Houthis, Hezbollah, all of these folks are resisting.
Yes,
and honestly, I'm like. And that's what Klein is like. What he was saying there too, Ezra Klein, this just the reflexive characterization of Palestinians or Arabs as just savages is disgusting, and it's widespread and shared on the Democratic and Republican side. And liberal Zionists are going to have to confront their own racism. They're unwilling to. You saw that in the Ezra Klein clip. But these are resist.
Oh no. I don't think both sides are here.
Era podcasts.
Today, what another Israeli assassination looks like from Washington.
As far as Israel is concerned, they have been assassinating Palestinian leaders all along, ever since the creation of the state.
The view from a Palestinian journalist in the State Department briefing room, pressing for answers. I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take.
My name is Saeed Erekat. I am a journalist. I'm a correspondent for Al-Quds Daily newspaper, a newspaper that publishes in East Jerusalem, occupied East Jerusalem, has done so since 1950. I'm also an adjunct professor at American University, where I teach a media course.
Saeed, it's really good to have you back on The Take. We have gotten news of the assassination of the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, who hasn't been in the role that long, and this happened in Gaza. As of this recording, there is no comment yet from Hamas. So what do we know so far?
Well, what we know is what the Israelis are claiming, that they basically they killed Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas. He was the leader of the branch in Gaza. He was killed in a battle, with two other militants apparently, which is kind of odd because he is the leader of the movement to be out there fighting with fighters. An official statement. Netanyahu said no hostages were killed in this operation assassination. As far as Israel is concerned, they have been assassinating Palestinian leaders all along, ever since the creation of the state. With Hamas, we saw that Rantisi was assassinated. Before him, Sheikh Yassin was assassinated, the leader of Hamas. Most recently, they assassinated Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. So there's nothing new. The movement goes on. I mean, this is the thing in the West. They're hung up with personalities. But in a revolutionary movement, it goes on. Every leader feels that he's there for a very short time. He will lead as best as he or she can. And that's what we have seen from Yahya Sinwar.
So here at The Take, we did an in-depth profile of Yahya Sinwar that we will share with people. But for listeners and viewers who have not seen that, can you remind us what we should know about who he was?
Well, Yahya Sinwar is a very simple man, a very modest man. He was born in Gaza. His family comes from the small villages around the Gaza, what's called the Gaza envelope. He spent many, many years in Israeli prisons. He was an activist as a young man during the first Intifada, and he was, put in prison. He spent 20 years, was, traded for Shalit, an Israeli soldier, back in 2011. He is obviously a very effective leader. He was able to reshape the movement to become more effective. There's a lot of claims that he was the architect of the October 7 attack. So we did not hear any confirmation of that or any refutation of that. So we'll take it at face value. But he is an effective leader. The fact that he was elected to replace Ismail Haniyeh speaks a lot about his ability as a leader and his vitality as the top member of the movement.
Well, Saeed, I'm catching you before the daily briefing at the State Department in the U.S. this Thursday afternoon. The news is going to be this. This is the news of the day. And it's at a time when people in Gaza were already saying that these are some of the darkest days of Israel's war so far. So what answers are you hoping to get out of Washington officials today?
Well, the Washington officials, as a matter of conduct or as a matter of tradition, they normally repeat the Israeli narrative. So we would expect them to just repeat the Israeli narrative and say, if that proves to be true, they will always caveat it, whether it happened or not. We will wait for confirmation or whatever, but they will say that they will claim that this is a good day. It is a step towards probably negotiation and so on, which is nonsense, of course. They always personalize the issue. They're saying that Sinwar was obstinate, that the talks collapsed after he became leader. I mean, not even mentioning that Israel assassinated the chief negotiator. So that is what we expect them to say. So they will say, we shall see how this pans out and how it affects the fighting on the ground. So it is very much, I can almost hear the words before they happen of what's going to be said. Right, exactly. So what's being scripted right now. Absolutely.
And because your years of experience in that room, many, many years, it doesn't change. you already know.
It does not change. But it is important for us, Malika, is to go there for the record, to state these things and, for the record, because this is history in the making. Yeah. This genocide has gone on now for over a year. We see the burning of the tents. We see the killing of children. We see the starvation. We see the aid trucks held up by Israel because it is intent on starving the Palestinians. And we see, this basically is ethnic cleansing because that's the ultimate goal for Israel as it happens. So, you need to probe these issues. You need to hold their feet to the fire. You need to see what is the plan next. We know we got wind of a plan that Blinken, the Secretary of State of the United States, will aim to probably submit or discuss right after the election. And they are going to use whatever time left between the 5th of November and the 20th of January 2025 to basically try to gain support for that plan. The plan, of course, calls for a new regime in Gaza, as they call it. The plan does not even include the Palestinian Authority.
I want to talk more about how news like that trickles down to the briefing room. But before I get there, I wanted to ask you one more question on Hamas and what this might mean, because you mentioned, so Israel has assassinated the lead negotiator, Hania, and now Sinwar took his place. We've already had a series of killings in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran. Sinwar was had been number one wanted by Israel
genocide.
For a while, especially after the October 7th attack. So then brave. What does this mean for Hamas? You alluded earlier that leaders replace themselves, but what might it mean?
Right. I mean, I tell you what, leadership is important. A leader like Sinwar is very important. He is held in high esteem among Palestinians. He was looked at as an effective revolutionary leader. There are many claims as to his ability to work and mold and lead and provide answers and provide initiative. So we know this about him. He was very effective in prison. He was a leader of the other prisoners. So I don't want to minimize the loss of someone like Sinwar and what it means to the movement itself. We've seen also someone who's larger than life among Palestinians. Yasser Arafat, we saw him die and leave the scene and so on. That does not end the cause, does not end the fighting. We have seen the most intense fighting after that. That was exactly 20 years ago. The cause still goes on. So more than likely, we will probably see a new kind of leadership emerge. And this leadership would probably more determined, more resilient, more experienced than the one before it. We also saw, I would be remiss if I don't mention that. We've seen that on September 27th, that the Israelis assassinated the head of Hezbollah, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. And the fight in Lebanon goes on. Hezbollah did not collapse, did not break down. Quite the contrary, we've seen, the major fighting happen after that.
It's the deadliest drone attack Hezbollah has carried out against Israel in over a year. Its target, a military base in the northern city of Ben Yamina that sits between Tel Aviv and the port city of Haifa.
So to think that, the leader is everything is wrong. The leader is something, absolutely, and provides an address to provide comfort, provide leadership, but he's not, or in this case, he's not everything.
More with Saeed after the break. Thank you for that analysis, Saeed. I want to push on to what someone with your analysis, your background, your expertise, what that means in these briefing rooms here in Washington. So the briefings have become almost must-see on social media. A search for State Department briefing on TikTok leads to several videos, many of which you feature in pretty prominently.
There was a report that Israel's assault forced a nurse to leave babies behind. They were found decomposing. Are you aware of the story?
I am aware of that report,
Okay.
Saeed.
And do you take it as it happened, or if it did happen, is that a war crime?
Saeed, I would say that is a tragedy.
And that appears to have been good and bad for you. Israeli publications have also attacked you for many of your questions and your work in those rooms. So on a day like today, when there's big news for Palestinians that the world will be covering, how does it feel to be one of the few Palestinians in a briefing room?
Well, it feels tense and it feels stressful, I must admit. I mean, it's not something that you take nonchalantly because I'm a Palestinian. I feel what they feel. I feel that this, this Nakba, this catastrophe has gone on for 75 years and still goes on today before our eyes. We see it gavel to gavel. So I feel that, but I also feel the responsibility to ask the proper questions, not to let my emotion take the best of me, because I want to see what they are thinking, what they are doing, hoping that I can get something to basically do the proper analysis. In the briefing room, in the State Department, my colleagues, many of them, in fact, most of them have probably reported from either the West Bank or Israel and so on. So they know firsthand what's going on, and they know how to ask the proper question, and releases some of the stress. But it also it augments my ability to ask further questions and to further the issues and get them
dog
to
shit
respond
content, please subscribe.
to these questions. Because when you have more than one person basically asking in different ways on the same issue, that can get them to say something, whether they want to or not.
Earlier, you mentioned the burning tents, the Israeli strike on hospital tents, and we saw these horrific images. Talk to me about one of those exchanges that you've had in recent days, because when you see images like that, and that it's your job to hold U.S. officials' feet to the fire, what is that actually like? What happens?
Well, I tell you, that's a very good point. I mean, when we saw the bombing and the burning of the tents, I asked the question,
striking the tents, burning people alive and so on. Now, I asked you about this last week, and you said, no, we would never accept this being normalized. But in fact, it is being normalized.
It's not. What happened in that strike was horrifying.
Is it horrifying enough to be considered a war crime?
So I cannot make that kind of assessment from here. As you know, Saeed, there's a process.
They always say that Israel does not commit war crimes. So that's what I meant by regurgitating the Israeli narrative always, And we asked about also that there was a long report or a lengthy report in the New York Times about how Israel used Palestinians as human shields.
I know you've always accused the Palestinian groups or even Hezbollah of using civilians as a human shield, but you declare them as terrorists. Would you declare the Israeli army as a terrorist organization?
No, the Israeli army is not a terrorist organization.
Okay, they're not a terrorist organization, but they continue. Let me finish on this. And so we see this happen time and again.
So you have these kind of exchanges that, on the one hand, shed light on where they stand and so on, their commitment to Israel unwavering, that tends to discredit whatever claim they have about human rights, about the need to allow aid in, the need to help, no Palestinians should be killed and so on, while they are in fact approving, and not only approving, but sending the weapons to kill thousands of Palestinians.
Yeah, I want to talk a little more about that doublespeak there, because there seems to be an inconsistency. So we've seen for over a year now how the rhetoric from the U.S. spins not only the actions from the Israeli military, but also its own. Before the Sinwar news, we were planning to talk about how the U.S. is sending 100 soldiers and an anti-missile system to Israel, while also giving the Israelis 30 days to let the aid into Gaza or risk cutting military aid. That's one of the statements that came out. Do you sense that inconsistency in the room?
Always. The United States is not only inconsistent, but it's plain hypocritical. whether on the aid issue, because, we've
really
seen them say
appreciate
that aid must go in. We've seen that for over a year, and then when, a couple of trucks are in, they claim the credit that we are the ones that are getting it through. We're the Israelis are cooperating and so on. No aid was allowed in to northern Gaza since October 1. And, they said this is unacceptable. We want them to allow, but they stopped short of basically imposing any kind of sanctions or any kind of consequences to Israel's behavior on Israel. We know that there was a letter that was sent, for instance, by the Secretary of State to the Israelis a couple of days ago, demanding that aid would be allowed in, or else. We don't know what that or else mean, but we have seen it in the past. Back in April, the President of the United States held back or halted the shipment of the 2,000-pound bombs, the bunker busters, for 2 days, and then all hell broke loose here in Washington. And then he, of course, released it thereafter, like in 48 hours later. So they're claiming that Israel security stopped. They always say that. I remember one of the...
I'm going to say it real slow for you. Gay frogs! For your life! Gay frogs, friggin' frogs! I don't like a frog! Gay friggin' frogs! Frogs! Friggin' frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Place point.
I am still awake. We have been streaming for almost 7 hours. But I slept before that. So my morning started at like 2 a.m.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic.
Thank you,
Sipping all this drink,
Cheer 100. The underscore anti underscore corporatist. Cheer 100. Cheer 100. CJ from the 6 cheer 200 bits.
That shit just be so corny. I be with the masses cause the rich just be so boring. I be on the internet whenever I feel lonely, and I rather feel like Che Guevara than ever be Tony. Tell my mama when I grow up, sorry I'm a communist. Take a flight to Cuba, roll a blow right in that bit. All up in Jamaica, swear you need to see this shit. She don't wear no makeup, wanna give me all of it. We should take like all of it. We should take like all of it. Careful who you talk to cause they fed and they be counterfeit. I switched out the AR for the AK like a Soviet. Say I get her high like some opiates. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have the knowledge, then you know you need to praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
We got 1 minute. 1 minute on the hype train. Can we make it to level 2?
Tell them if they want me, come and get me. When you picking on the whipper like a big man, you're covered up in sheets, little princess. Echo chamber intellect in the incest. Anti-freedom leaders stealing for a quick death. How all the deep odds to keep off until y'all can be calm in the presence of greatness. Bitch, I'm 10 toes down in the presence of ancient. We got 10 more rounds, but you already shaking. Look, 10,000 hours left, I only put a few in. Rushing into war, bitch, I'm glad I'm here, Putin. Cinderella flow, bitch, damage just a shoe in. It's a civil war, and the hypocrites losing light. Got them motherfuckers up in distress. I'm more big, small, fuck a princess. Batter, like it, and unloaded. Booker and Betty, can't control it. Take an AK straight to the KKK. Let it spray, spray, spray. Bring the motherfucker hurricane. Hey, baby, so play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. We talking human rights, and y'all complaining and complaining and complaining. It's getting real fucking old. Real defense about the land that you stole. Hating those that just can't fit the mold. Fuck you, I feel that shit in my soul. Got them motherfuckers up in distress. I want big, small, fucking princess. Batter, like it, and unloaded. Booker and Betty, can't control it.
And we pull up on them, then it's GG's. I'm over GG number 4. I need a DT-45 to tackle Carson and that bitch Picano runs. Me and them is gutting the politicians doing them bitch, I got my full of these digits, so the G like ready to pop a wheel. A generational village instead of seats where they pop the shrimp. Red wave, barbarous, serpentine, and Leviathan. We left them out to try, not an elephant, they be quiet. Bitch, I'm ripping Tusker off the pack of dirt. Those in charge of judgment like discernment, now they have to burn. Cold-blooded nigga, I'm making these bastards have to burn. Cold steel blade, disavour them till it's only blood he has to burn. Cause they don't take nuts, it take guts. Bloodshed of the millions in hands of politicians. If I take one, it's closure game. A single chess move aside is a boring game. My war cry stabbing hypnosis above a snoring brain.
Got them motherfuckers up in distress. I want big, small, fucking princess. Batter, like it, and unloaded. Booker and Betty, can't control it. Bring K straight to the, straight to the, bring K. Let it spray, spray, bring up, let it spray. AK, this shit goes hard on me.
All right. Thank you so much for the hype train chat. Let's freaking go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We needed that. We have 2 minutes left of this.
The spokespeople told me one time that Israel's security that was sent, for instance, by the Secretary of State to the Israelis a couple of days ago, is demanding that aid will be allowed in, or else. We don't know what that or else mean, but we have seen it in the past. Back in April, the President of the United States held back or halted the shipment of the 2,000-pound bombs, the bunker busters, for 2 days, and then all hell broke loose here in Washington. And then he, of course, released it thereafter, in 48 hours later, and so on. So their claim that Israel's security is top priority. They always say that. I remember one of the spokespeople told me one time that Israel's security is sacred. And I said, I thought the Bible was sacred.
All I can tell you is what the secretary told the prime minister directly in his meeting in Israel last week, which is that our commitment to Israel's security is sacrosanct. We have proved that not just with words, but with deeds.
So that is their position. They make good on that position. They stick to it. It is the one constant almost by any briefer in Washington, in any briefing in Washington. That is the one theme that they all stick to.
Said, you are a veteran in your field, and many of your questions in the State Department's briefing room get these same robotic answers that you have heard time and time again. And I wonder what keeps you there, what keeps you doing it, and why you go on.
Well, that's a very good question. And sometimes I ask this question to myself, what am I doing here? But I tell you, Malika, now, the war in Gaza or Lebanon sucks up maybe, 2/3 of any briefing, or even sometimes longer. So there are a lot of people asking questions. But there was a time when I was the only one that would be asking about the Palestinian issue. I was the only Palestinian in the room. So that's what kept me going. The fact that, the catastrophe goes on, I also feel an obligation that we have to inform our people, inform anyone that is willing to read my writings and so on, and basically use whatever platforms available to reflect also these issues and so on. So I keep going because the issue keeps going and keeps very active.
Mm. Well, finally, Said, you keep going. Unfortunately, the news of devastation out of Gaza, dismal news out of the occupied West Bank, all of it keeps going too. And sometimes it's really indescribable. And so I wonder for you, are there moments when it is just too difficult for you to even form a question, to want to continue doing this work?
Many times. I can't, oh my goodness, it's countless times. But I remember, for instance, when Shireen was assassinated.
Shireen Abu Akleh.
When Shireen Abu Akleh, because it just happened.
Shireen Abu Akleh, Al Jazeera, Washington.
And we went to the briefing. And I mean, I could not frame my question because she had been there with us in the briefing room. And I said this to Ned Price.
She was with us in this room.
It is important to us. It is important to us that her legacy be honored, be protected, with accountability for those who senselessly took her life.
So that was a very difficult moment. When something that happens so profoundly like this, sometimes it's very difficult for you to frame. You could always ask questions, but you want to frame it succinctly, effectively, and so on. And sometimes you're not allowed this because it is so overwhelming. I remember when on the 17th of October, exactly a year ago today, when a hospital was bombed and 300 people were killed, or maybe 500 people were killed, and so on. I mean, how could you ask the question? You say, and then they say, well, we don't know what the number is. We don't know. This is, Israel says that this was a mortar that was fired by one group towards Israel and fell short and so on. So moments like this are very, very difficult. I mean, when you see the burning and so on, when you see them do what they do, when you see them, when you see that the children are starving and being killed, when Hind, for instance, when they killed the 6-year-old Hind after being there for hours when she was speaking to her mother and so on. These are really very, very difficult and heartbreaking. And sometimes you feel, sometimes I feel a bit of shame for, staying calm, for not losing it all because, but then, I have to go on. I have to report. I have to tell people what the Americans think because that is my job.
And that's The Take. What questions do you think
It certainly is difficult to stay sane right now and to then also not feel guilty for staying sane. It's so horrible, but it's well, if I lose it, what, I can't, then I won't be able to do my job. I won't be able to stream. So I have to keep it together. To do that, I have to compartmentalize and that's a dad.
Well, we're going to move on to the deepening U.S. complicity in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Maybe I should say direct participation. The U.S. boots on the ground, the THAAD missile system being sent there to Israel. We are very honored to be joined here on the show to discuss all this and its implications by Mike Preisner, who's an Iraq War veteran, also the host of the Eyes Left podcast and producer for the fantastic Empire Files. Mike, as always, thanks so much for being with us.
Happy to be back.
So I guess I just want to start here with maybe the implications of this. I mean, I almost feel like the THAAD deployment to Israel is kind of going a little bit under the radar. People are kind of underplaying it. Like they're not really looking at it as U.S. boots on the ground. Like it's just kind of like, oh, we sent them these missiles. So maybe you could just give us some context for what this really means for the U.S. to be sending these anti-aircraft batteries there to Israel.
Yeah, well, I think the reason that's happening, that it's kind of flying under the radar, is because the presentation of this is just a defensive weapon. This is just to protect Israeli citizens from missiles raining down on their cities, and this isn't a weapon system that is targeting human beings or infrastructure. It shoots missiles out of the sky. So it's presented as just a measure to strengthen a safety and security for the Israeli people. I think that, of course, is a complete lie. This deployment is to prepare for an attack, a U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. That's why they're anticipating missiles coming back in the other direction, because they are going to hit Iran. It appears so. There is, preceding this deployment, the head of United States Central Command and other U.S. generals have been going to Israel to help Israel prepare for an attack on Iran, which is, not really a retaliation, because the Iranian attack on Israel weeks ago was their kind of long overdue retaliation for several outrageous attacks by the Israeli state that, of course, Iran was under a lot of pressure and really necessity to respond to as a form of deterrent, so that there are not continued attacks on Iranian soil. And so the framing of this as defensive, when it really is an offensive thing, is really the way to look at it. I think more importantly is, I would, if I was a U.S. soldier going on this deployment, I'd be a little worried, because in many ways, they're kind of being used as human shields here. The THAAD missile system itself is not really going to offer a lot of military help to the Israeli war machine. I mean, this is a system that hasn't really been used much. It's just one of those things that the military industrial complex makes a ton of money off of. Billions of US taxpayer dollars go into this weapon system, since the 90s. That's really been used like once and didn't even really work that well. And, designed for like 90s era, like Scud missiles. And so Iran, knowing that there's THAAD missile systems there, this is a really easy thing to kind of get around if you're trying to land hits on Israeli targets. What's not as easy to get around is hitting U.S. service members. And so there's been a lot of secrecy about where these THAAD missile systems are being deployed. There's a lot of movement of them around Israel. And so the main purpose of it, there's kind of twofold. I mean, one of them is to kind of literally be human shields. Like, Iran does not want to hit U.S. soldiers, because they do not want the escalation ladder to go up. They did their response. They said, this is it, as long as we are not hit back. By the U.S. sending soldiers there, it's saying, when we attack you and you have to respond back, as you've said you would do, versus walking away as you pledged, you might hit an American soldier. And if you hit an American soldier, things are going to continue to get worse for you, because the U.S. doctrine is, we got to respond if there's an American that's harmed. I mean, that's what it's been under the Biden administration. But the other side of it, other than just kind of the literal use of soldiers,
been at it for about 7 hours, my dude.
So, as human shields here, is it's like a propaganda and psychological operation purpose. It is for the United States and the White House in particular to say, it's not just about money that we will support Israel with. It's not just about weapons that we will support Israel with. We are willing to sacrifice American lives for the benefit of Israel. And so the deployment of these soldiers really should be seen in that context. It's upping the ante in a way that hasn't been for the past year, and for historically in the U.S.-Israeli relationship. I mean, the THAAD missile system was there several years ago in 2019 as like a joint training operation, but now putting them on the actual battlefield in anticipation of missiles coming in, which could kill and injure U.S. soldiers, knowing that leads to broader escalation. I mean, those are the things that are really behind this deployment, and I think why people should be concerned.
Mike, I am curious, I've always read about the fact that among the American military, Israel is not seen as necessarily so popular. It's seen as kind of being, in the way of American objectives. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that does seem to be like a common point, especially among, certain generals who later gone on to write books. And then something else I've noticed among those who from, the American military who write about Israel is often they're a bit stunned by the brutality of the Israelis, which I think is saying a lot coming from the Americans. A few weeks back after, Hassan Nasrallah, the late leader of Hezbollah, was killed, in the southern suburbs of Beirut by the Israelis using 85 2,000-pound U.S. supplied bunker buster bombs. There was an article in like a Navy magazine by this U.S. Air Force guy, who was noting that in the entire invasion of Iraq and the war against the Iraqi military, the U.S. used a total of 23 of those bunker buster bombs. And then he noted that the kind of shock that Israel used 3 times that many in a single night to kill Hassan Nasrallah. And I mean, he was very diplomatic in how he framed it. It was along the lines of, it's really interesting. The Israelis seem to have a higher appetite for collateral damage than the U.S. military does. So I'm just curious if you could kind of speak to some of that. What is Israel in the Israeli military a popular force among U.S. military personnel in your experience? And what do you have to say about the fact that you are someone who went to Iraq and you saw the brutality of the U.S. military, and the fact that you have U.S. military personnel looking at what Israel's doing and kind of maybe even being a little bit horrified by the brutality of it?
Sure. Well, I think, the U.S. invasion and occupation of Iraq was like the great crime of the modern era. And the horror stories and the legacy is, it's hard to overstate the crime that was done to the Iraqi people in that country. But in context of the Israeli genocide, I mean, if you look at the worst single atrocities of the Iraq War era, like the big scandals that came out, like the Abu Ghraib torture scandal, the Haditha massacre, the sieges of Fallujah, and all of these things that were incredibly brutal and criminal. The stories coming out of Gaza and Lebanon now of actions by the Israeli military, it really kind of puts it to shame in a lot of ways. Just the levels that Israel has gone to has far surpassed a large amount of the brutality waged by the United States in Iraq. And because the U.S. officials, military officials and Washington kind of always had to play this game with the Iraq War in particular, where they needed to use kind of brute force to smash the will of the Iraqi people to not be occupied. But they had to maintain this kind of international acceptance and not become a pariah state, and to maintain some kind of legitimacy in accordance with international law. And so they always, when there were scandals, they had to fire people or arrest people and apologize and do investigations and right the wrongs and things like that. Of course, a lot of cover-ups and outsourcing a lot of these things to secret black operations. So the worst things that were happening were things that would never come to light versus just having conventional forces do them. Israel doesn't care about that. Israel doesn't have to worry about international public opinion or domestic public opinion because the vast majority agree with it, whereas the Bush administration and then Obama had a different situation to worry about in the United States. Israel knows that it doesn't matter what it does. It can lie about why it does them. It can make up some excuse. And it doesn't matter how many countries in the world line up against it or recognize that reality. The United States will back it up no matter what, which is, I think, what the Trump administration and then the Biden administration and then whoever wins this election, Harris and Trump, have both signaled it does not matter what Israel does. We will support them to the hilt. And so it's really just Israel is doing what the U.S. would have done if they had the opportunity to be completely unbridled and not worry about any international backlash or legitimacy issues whatsoever. And so, yeah, I mean, the appetite for brutality, I think, is something that is constantly stunning people. And, that's, I think, a huge factor here, which I go back to what I said before, why American troops who have been sent to Israel, should be worried. Netanyahu would love it if American troops were wounded or killed on that deployment, because that means that the U.S. will increase its participation to an even greater degree. When U.S. forces were killed in Jordan, the 3 U.S. soldiers who were killed earlier this year, the United States stepped up attacks on those militias that carried it out that are the ones that are attacking Israeli military targets as well. And so those American soldiers being in harm's way and being hurt or killed is very, very good for Israel and very good for Netanyahu's plan. And so that would give me a little bit of nervousness if I was one of those soldiers on that mission. But back to your point, Ronnie, about just the overall perception of this in the U.S. military, it's people, I think, are expect when they join the military that they're going to, sacrifice themselves for their country, not another country, Israel. And so I would say more so than the discontent over U.S. policy in general, but backing up an Israeli war is probably the reason why there is kind of a much larger.
Sticks. Actually, I used to stress out a lot when I had to mod. Modding was like a lot more constant work than streaming. Streaming's hard in a different way, but like modding for TYT was so much work. Like it was so much labor.
Number of people who were
stressful.
trying to get out of the military and quitting in protest than there has been in previous years.
Well, I'm glad you raised that point because obviously we see, on many different levels, the U.S. becoming more deeply embroiled. I mean, the use of the B-2 bomber to bomb Yemen. And I'm, obviously we saw Aaron Bushnell. We've seen other things. And I was going to ask you exactly that question. I mean, what are you picking up in terms of opposition inside the U.S. military around all of this as it feels like the U.S. is either getting sucked in or deliberately stepping in more and more to the broader conflict?
Yeah, well, I think it's it's worrisome that I think the Harris campaign has kind of hit Trump specifically on not attacking Iran more. Trump, we know, issued a very hawkish policy towards Iran, destroying the Iran nuclear deal, imposing new sanctions, carrying out the brazen assassination of Iran's most popular figure, Qasem Soleimani. But when Iran gave him a get out of jail free card saying, hey, we got to respond to this, we're just going to do this attack on this base. Nobody's seriously injured. Nobody's killed. Let's just walk away. Gave him an out. The Harris campaign, we saw this both in the vice presidential debate, and it's repeated constantly by Harris on the campaign trail, hitting Trump for not escalating from that point on. And we know Trump is running, Harris is running to the right of Biden. Trump is running to the right of Trump 2020. And so whoever's going to be coming in, it's a very worrisome situation in terms of where this is all going to lead and spiral out of control into. I think that in terms of what U.S. service members must be thinking and feeling right now, not people who are kind of directly involved with this deployment of this THAAD battery, but just people who are in the military at all, and now knowing that the role is not even just aircraft transporting stuff. And I've talked to service members whose job it was to operate the cargo aircraft that are transporting weapons to Israel, who have quit their careers after long careers and become conscientious objectors. I know at least two people who had this kind of direct role in the transportation of weapons, who have then quit their positions and are getting out of the military now. But with direct U.S. involvement, I think whenever someone, people in the military who are becoming politically conscious or who are following the Israeli genocide, which is a larger number than ever before, just like it is in broader U.S. society, there is the recognition that the U.S. going and providing, even if they believe it's just defensive capabilities, it is enabling the Israeli military to carry out these acts of genocide. And whatever the latest horror is that people are seeing on their feeds, the burning of patients in their hospital beds while they're hooked up to IVs, U.S. troops being there helps Israel do that more. Because by sending U.S. forces to play a military role, that frees up Israeli military forces to focus more on committing the horrors that they are committing in Gaza. And so that is not a difficult conclusion to come to, that I think a lot of people in the military are smart enough to come to that conclusion. The thing that they really need to think about, if there's any of them watching, is right now it is very easy to get out of the military as a conscientious objector. It's extremely easy. I mean, you got to wait about 6 months, but if you put in your paperwork, you do it right by working with the GI Rights Hotline, you're going to get out, you're going to get an honorable discharge. If things continue to escalate, if there is a broader regional war that the U.S. is more directly involved in, the U.S. military commands in all the branches of service and all the bases across the country, they're going to start becoming a lot more strict with those conscientious objector packets. We're going to start denying a lot more of those conscientious objector packets. So, those who are following this and are kind of concerned about potentially playing a role, now's the time to really exercise your rights, because there could very likely be a moment where things change dramatically. And, then if you want to get out, you're going to have to do it the harder way versus the easy ways that are available to you now.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I actually, before we wrap this, I want to ask you one more question, Mike, because I think it's really important to to emphasize this as this continues to escalate. And the more it escalates, the more Israel escalates this with U.S. backing, the more higher the likelihood, of an actual U.S. hot war that requires tens of thousands, if not more, of U.S. troops in the region to fight yet another war against Iran, against Hezbollah in Lebanon, all across the region. And, I think that when we think about the organization of Hamas and the fact that they are still fighting after a year of genocide, of being stuck in this death camp of Gaza that is it's flat. It's like flat beachland. It's surrounded by all sides, by air, land, and sea, under complete Israeli siege. Yet for a year, this organization, the Al-Qassam Brigades and its allies in this tiny, densely populated strip of land on the coast has managed to continue fighting, continuing to destroy Israeli tanks, to continue to kill Israeli soldiers, and every so often fire missiles into Israel. I think because the propaganda around this and the level of death and destruction in Gaza has convinced a lot of people that Hamas is like nothing, and that maybe the entire resistance axis in the region is nothing. But just from a military point of view, could you just quickly go through the actual forces that would be at play if this were to turn into the big war that everybody's so scared of? Because this will lead to casualties for everyone. Hamas is exacting casualties. We don't really hear about it. Hezbollah is exacting a lot of casualties on the Israelis because they're a much more powerful organization. Iran is a country with a military and air defenses. So this is not like some cakewalk as the Israelis are trying to make us believe it is in Gaza and would be across the rest of the region.
Sure. Well, I think that the Pentagon in particular, doesn't really want to be entering into a big conventional war with Iran or Lebanon or Gaza. That's kind of why it likes Israel so much, is because Israel can act in its place and carry out violence and aggression and attacks against all of these countries and movements that the U.S. very much wants destroyed. It very much wants these regime change and the political leaders killed and these movements to be eviscerated and have these countries, Lebanon, Palestine, Iran, run by kind of U.S. puppets and U.S. proxies. And so the U.S. very much wants the destruction of these countries and their political movement, but it would much prefer that Israel is the one to do it. And that's kind of what we've seen behind the U.S. strategy of support for Israel. But now that the introduction of U.S. troops, if we look at the Vietnam War, if we look at the war in Afghanistan, if we look at the war in Iraq, all of these wars started with saying, you know what, we're just sending a small number of troops.
Oh, and these
That's it. Why is everyone, stop worrying, this is not going to become a big war. And in all of those cases, they didn't actually want it to become a big war, and they didn't want to end up sending large numbers of troops over many, many years, and with incurring devastating casualties on their own forces. Those were never in the plans of Washington and the Pentagon when those things started. But just the nature of the system we live under, it's just a path that they will go down if that's where the path leads them. The United States has shown that it is completely capable and willing to initiate a conflict, to start bombing a country, and then do that for decades. To bomb a country for 20 years, to sanction it into starvation, to kill people relentlessly, to blockade it, to fund destabilization in the country, and then sacrifice both its own soldiers and the civilians of that country, and on some kind of hapless mission. And then when they've had enough, when it doesn't work out the way they wanted, where they succeed, or if it blows up in their face, either way, they then just walk away and move on and then go to the next country. Doing this in many cases, like Eugenie brought up Yemen, doing this against movements, and Rana, to your point about Gaza still having a strong resistance movement, despite the hell that Israel has unleashed on it, the U.S. opens up these campaigns of just mass destruction against peoples that refuse to be defeated. And so at the end of it, the U.S. walks away virtually unscathed, having put a bunch of destruction on these people, and some sector of U.S. forces that become amputees or come home in coffins because of it. But this is a system that just kind of throws its hands up and then walks on to the next thing. There's never any justice. There's never any reparations or anything like that of the people that were in charge of the debacle and all of that stuff. And so that's a dangerous scenario to be in when we have a government and a system that does this thing all the time with always disastrous consequences, and always consequences that escalate to a point that nobody expected in the first place. And so that's what we have ahead of us, and that people should be, I think, concerned about and active around.
Well, as always, Mike Preisner, really appreciate your time here on the Freedom Side.
Thank you.
Congresswoman Cori Bush, thanks so much for joining us on Upfront.
Thanks for having me.
You recently fought a hard battle to keep your congressional seat, ultimately losing out in the Democratic primary to your opponent, Wesley Bell. In your district, historically, incumbents have been pretty safe from challenges from inside the party. Why do you think you faced such a hard challenge?
100%, because of my position as it relates to Palestinian liberation. I am the lead sponsor of the Ceasefire Now resolution in Congress, and I sponsored that legislation, introduced it with Representative Rashida Tlaib and several others. But not only did I introduce the legislation, but I kept speaking up. I kept raising the issue. We put pressure on the administration. And so because I was out front pushing, I wasn't going to be silenced because of what someone could do to me. And so I believe that AIPAC, this pro-Israel lobby group that, by their own admission, they say that their sole purpose is to elect and support candidates that are unwavering in their support for the far-right Israeli government. They took that as a threat. Let me say this, if I had not sponsored that legislation, I probably would be returning to Congress in January.
In light of that logic that you got right in the crosshairs of AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, would you have done anything different?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My purpose going to Congress in the first place was to be able to speak up and stand up for those who are the most vulnerable in our communities, to be able to fight for justice and freedom, and that doesn't have borders. But also, this was work that, I had been working on prior to entering Congress. This work with me goes back to the Ferguson uprising in 2014, 2015. So I ran on, ending the occupation and supporting Palestinian liberation. So to go into Congress and then to be faced with bombs dropping on a whole population of people and to not say anything? Yeah. Absolutely not. I had to speak up.
That makes sense. There are people, though, who say that came at the expense of the district. That I remember reading a Washington Post article a while back that was sort of saying, there are people who say you're putting your personal politics above your district's interests. People point to missed congressional votes, et cetera. They say Gaza wasn't really it. The people in your district just didn't feel supported. What do you say to that?
It's a lie. Let me say this. Whether it was the media or just what was coming across through the ads, AIPAC was 100% deceptive. They distorted the truth. The information that they put out was, it was lie after lie after lie. They had to run on, she had this many missed votes. Missed votes when I was at home with COVID? Why didn't one commercial out of the multi-million-dollar lies that they put out, why didn't one speak anything about Israel or Gaza? Nothing did. So if you're so strong and you're so right about what you're doing and you believe, why not speak to it?
You talk about the millions and millions and millions. That's not an exaggeration. They spent more than $8 million to back Wesley Bell through its super PAC, the United Democracy Project. We saw Jamal Bowman's race in New York, $14.5 million to boost his opponent's campaign. AIPAC is dumping big money into these campaigns, and they're doing it particularly, look like, against squad members.
Yes.
Why?
Black.
Okay, so two things there. There's the progressive politics, and then all of y'all are black.
Yes.
Talk to me about the black part of it first.
Yeah, so the thing is, when we look at where I believe, I'll say this, where I believe AIPAC is going, They would rather have someone in these seats that is not speaking up for Black liberation, who is not making the connection between Black and Palestinian solidarity. They would rather have someone who they believe is, not going to be the activist out on street. I mean, I came to Congress as the activist. I call myself the politivist, the politician and the activist. They don't want that in the United States Congress. They don't want that in their politics.
Why are they particularly upset when Black people are doing it?
Because we are the ones that typically are going to speak up. We're the ones that are going to speak out against injustice. We're the ones that are going to stand up against human suffering that crosses borders. So, of course, we're not the ones that they want to see there. And then also, my work, fighting for the unhoused, fighting for to increase funding for Black maternal health and Black infant mortality, making sure that we are fighting against police violence. Those are things, fighting for reparations. I will continue to fight for reparations for Black folk, for the descendants of enslaved Black people in this country. So those are things that they don't want to see move. And let me say this too.
Doing well. Let me break something down, though, because the audience is probably saying, well, if you're doing all this awesome stuff for the voters, and the voters see you doing all this awesome stuff, and the voters can vote for you, how does AIPAC stop the voters from seeing all that you do and choosing you?
Yeah, well, because what I heard from so many people in my district was, Corey, I love you. I'm your biggest supporter, but I'm confused. I'm confused because all of these ads on television are saying you hate Joe Biden. They're saying you want kids to drink dirty water from lead pipes, and you voted against clean pipes. So there were the distortions of the truth and the misinformation was so it was so vast. And let me say this: if you saw 4 or 5 of my opponents' commercials, you saw 1 of mine. That's what the money did. It was radio, television, internet, and so it was everywhere. And so people were hearing so much of these lies that they were like, well, I don't know what to do. Some people felt like, well, if there's so much money, then maybe that means that he's fighting and she's not. And that's what some people said. We're used to you fighting, and it doesn't look like you're fighting.
Oh, you were fighting.
Yeah.
On August 7th, you made a concession speech. You said, AIPAC, I am coming to tear your kingdom down. A lot of people said they understood what you meant. Some people didn't receive it as well. Some seeing it as a biblical reference. Some saying it was even anti-Semitic speech. What did you mean? Tell me. I want you to say what you meant by that.
Yeah. So first of all, they want to say everything that I say is hateful or anti-Semitic or it's this or that. AIPAC is the group that came after me. If it was the NRA, I would have said the NRA. If it was, mostly crypto or mostly, if it was big ag, big oil, I would have been speaking about them. But it was AIPAC who came after me. It was AIPAC who lied on me. It was AIPAC who was deceptive. It's AIPAC who hurt my community and made them believe all of these horrible things about their congresswoman. They divided our community in a way that we were not divided before. And it angers me so much because St. Louis didn't deserve that. They came in with primarily Republican money into a Democratic district, into a deep blue seat to change. And so I said, AIPAC, I'm coming to tear your kingdom down because you are the ones that came for me. And so what I mean by tear it down, it's not violence. We'll let their far-right Israeli government do the violence, and we're going to fight that too and get this arms embargo done. But I'm not coming at you with violence. I'm a peacekeeper. I'm a lover. That's what I do. I love all people. Their problem is they don't. So for me, tearing your kingdom down means I'm going to fight for campaign finance reform. I'm going to fight to overturn Citizens United and so many other things. I'm not going to give away everything that I plan to do, but this is not about one particular group or being anti-Semitic. You came from me, so I'm talking to you.
You've been very critical of Joe Biden's administration and its support of Israel, calling it a failure in leadership. Well, Biden's no longer in the race. I'm sure you heard. Kamala Harris, the vice president, is now the Democratic nominee. Now we've had a couple months to hear Kamala Harris's positions on what's going on in the Middle East, specifically Israel-Palestine. you see a difference between the two?
So one thing about that is difficult because on one hand, I hear that, you know, from both, whether it's President Biden or Vice President Harris, that there is no difference where they stand here. But then I think very recently, maybe in the last couple of days, there was an interview where she said, "I'm going to be my own, I'm my own person, I have fresh ideas." And so I'm kind of conflicted on what's going to be different because, you know, President Biden said basically they've been lock and step on these decisions, but the vice president speaking to the humanity of Palestinians, publicly, that's appreciated. The fact that she didn't say, yes, Netanyahu is my ally. Okay. But what we need from her is decisive action. What we need from her
She
is...
said Israel the United States will always defend Israel's right to defend itself or support Israel's right to defend itself. That sounds like continued aid for weapons.
Absolutely, yes. But when there are people right now who are saying, I can't vote for genocide, I can't vote for her because of this. Some people are saying, I don't even want to be a Democrat anymore because of what I'm seeing and hearing, and there is no change. There's no arms embargo. There's been
Do you feel that way?
Right now, I'm like, so two things with me. Number one, I'm in Missouri. I'm in Missouri.
I'm safe.
Yeah, I'm in Missouri.
For those watching around the world, that means she's safe and she understands that her vote doesn't necessarily sway the election. Just to be clear, though, if the election were today, could you, in good conscience, vote for Kamala Harris?
I don't know. But the thing is, me voting, so you said good conscience. Good conscience is different than strategy.
Okay.
So to vote for her because out of strategy, because I definitely don't want a Donald Trump presidency again. What Donald Trump, I feel, can do to whether it's the Black community or women's rights or, the LGBT community, children at the border, all of these issues, so many of the fights that the people that in this country who are fighting to get the arms embargo, to get the ceasefire, to get the humanitarian aid in. So many of those folks are then going to be pulled to go and fight. Now I got to fight, over here because this is happening to my people or this is happening in my community at the hands of Donald Trump. And so we won't be able to come together like Voltron to be able to then, fight as much to save the lives of Palestinians. So that's my one thing is just that we're going to be so pulled apart because of what I believe that he would do. And with Kamala Harris, at least we know in so many other areas that those won't be fights, we believe. Yeah. But what I am hearing, and this is why I said, this is strategy versus my good conscience, because what I'm hearing is people say, well, we're talking about fighting fascism. We don't need the fascism that comes along with a Donald Trump presidency. But I feel like I'm seeing fascism right now, with a Joe Biden presidency and a Vice President Harris presidency, vice president. So that's the issue that,
It's a struggle for lots of people.
Struggle.
Congresswoman Cori Bush, thanks so much for joining us on Upfront.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, but time zones, like, that doesn't help me either. But I can stream whenever, sweetie. So, like, so in 16 to 18 hours. Okay, I can do math. "12 hours, it'll be 11:30 at night, plus 4 is 3 a.m.? Yeah. I think it'll be like middle of the night. Perfect. I will be there. Get a nap in, chat. We got plans tonight.
We want to turn our attention here to the U.S. presidential election. Last stretch here, last few weeks, Kamala Harris has been floundering a little bit in the polls in different states and in different contexts. And there's a lot of conversation about the Democrats losing ground with key constituencies, particularly in the African-American community, but also in the labor movement and other places. And obviously the impact of the war on Gaza, the economy in general on their appeal, and also the possibility of Trump winning. So anyway, to get into as much of this as we can, we are very, very honored to be joined here once again on the show by Lawrence Grand Prix, who is the Director of Research at Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle, which is a grassroots think tank in Baltimore City, Maryland. Lawrence, as always, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. And I guess the first question I want to ask you, and I know you saw it, the New York Times, had a big article out earlier this week, or I think it was earlier this week, into last week, about the drop in support for Democrats among Black voters. They noted that, based on the polling where we are since 2016, according to them, about a 22% drop in sort of net support for amongst Black people for Democrats over Republicans. So pretty big drop. There's a number of other numbers in there. There's a whole broader conversation, but just sticking with that sort of general statistic, I mean, I wonder, what you think is behind that.
So looking at some of the research from 2020, turnout in places like Philadelphia, Milwaukee was actually down in 2020 compared to 2016, despite a massive increase nationwide in turnout. And I attribute that to middle class, poor Black folks, despite the rhetoric of Black folks saving democracy, not being engaged with the Democratic Party platform. Joe Biden, of course, the architect of the crime bill. Now we have Kamala Harris, former prosecutor, and someone who, again, is not actually reflecting the needs of the Black community in terms of investing in jobs that are worth doing, jobs that are unionized, economic and power redistribution. We're looking at a Black community that feels taken for granted. And we're seeing softening not only in the Black male vote, but also the Black female percentage. Some of that might be religion stuff with the abortion debate, but I think it's also just there's a class dynamic within the Black female woman community that working class and poor Black women who are seeing the impacts of mass incarceration, like the platform that she put out really had nothing that was restorative of that harm except cannabis legalization, which the way that she would probably do it would not be restorative at all. So it really is people desperate to want to believe in this Democratic Party that our grandparents really brought us into with stories of the civil rights movement. But looking at the conditions of the community, I'm here in West Baltimore Park Heights, and abandoned homes, and the only solution we get is gentrification. And so if it's gentrification or nothing, and we are the party of gentrification, the Democratic Party tied to the universities, the hospitals that drive all the gentrification, and the nonprofit industrial complex. It feels so hard for working class Black people to deeply connect to what the party is offering. And I think that's part of why you're seeing that softening of support.
Some could make the argument that this has been going on with the Democratic Party for a very long time. It has, right? Like their solutions all sound the same. They're empty slogans. They never follow through on them. In fact, sometimes they don't even give us slogans. In the case of Kamala Harris, I mean, I haven't heard her address the issue of incarceration at all or police brutality. I've only heard her say that she wants to increase the number of Border Patrol officers and deport more. If we're going to talk about anything when it comes to criminal justice system issues. Also, she has a very fraught history when it comes to that system in particular, being the top cop in California. But I'm just curious, why it's different this time around, right? Because it's the same sort of right-wing Democratic Party with the same corporate solutions that aren't actually solutions, that aren't really addressing the needs of working class people. So what's different this time around? Because if you read the media, I've even seen the argument be made by some liberals, which is, I got to even repeat it, like makes me cringe, but this is the argument you see, is that it's just that Black men don't like a strong Black woman. I don't know if you've seen that argument, but that's one that's being parroted on the interwebs, which, I obviously don't buy. But yeah, what's going on here this time around that's different from, for example, when Hillary Clinton was running? Or is this a part of an ongoing trend about the Democratic Party?
So I've seen that talking point as well. Of course, it was presented by Barack Obama, saying, when he spoke to, quote, the brothers, that we need to not be afraid of a strong sister. The reality is, it's almost the exact same polling we saw with Biden and Trump. I remember that being a freak out in 2020, about 20% of Black men potentially voting for Trump. The reality was, about 11%, which is about the standard. I think there is a lot of concern about the rise of the Black manosphere. The joke was the CIA dropped off podcast equipment in the hood to destroy Black communities. And there was just all this rise of podcasting and YouTubing during the pandemic. So now we're seeing more exposure to Black men who are articulating perspectives that many women not only find wrong, but perplexing. And I do think there is a degree of gender disintegration economically, where Black women have been more integrated into some components of the nonprofit industrial complex, some components of, especially here in Baltimore, government jobs, federal jobs, in a way that Black men haven't, with the loss of construction work, large-scale public projects. So even with the transportation bill, that transportation bill was, a couple billion, or a couple trillion. They were talking about a $10 trillion infrastructure bill 10 years ago. So the ability for Black men to find space in the economy can lead to some resentment. A lot of those folks don't vote, and they didn't vote before. So we're seeing a disconnect between what looks like a rise in Black male resentment and conservatism. In reality, that just has not been borne out electorally, because a lot of those folks don't vote and never do vote. Some of them vote independent, some of them vote libertarian, and there's just so many Black men who just vote Democrat because that's what their aunts tell them to do. That's what their cousins tell them to do, but they don't got no podcasts. So we have a disconnect between that reality. But again, it begs the question of, do they deserve to vote? There was no connection at all in that agenda between domestic Black issues and foreign policy. No understanding that Black folks of all genders could be saying, look what's happening in Lebanon, look what's happening in Gaza. I can't put my name on that. I can't put my credibility on that. And the fact that they were not connected to, I think, is demonstrative of their inability to take Black people as a people with moral consciousness seriously.
I think that's an amazing point. In fact, that was one of the things that stood out to most of me in the New York Times poll is, it was a majority of Black voters overall, but under 30 of the respondents, 71% said that they agreed with the phrase, we should pay less attention to problems overseas and concentrate on problems here at home. But of course, it's always stated that anything overseas is like a non-Black issue, and that, has its own its own history to it as well. And I guess it just speaks to maybe a broader point that I think you're making here, but I'd like to hear you expand on, is also like sort of the caricature of Black voters, men and women. Like we've had this, sort of media, political complex sort of define what Black issues are, develop the Charlemagne the gods of the world to be the interlocutors we're all supposed to believe are the, this is the gateway to what Black people really want. And it just seems like the deeper you dig into, not only our own anecdotal experiences as being Black all our lives, but the actual facts and statistics, that a lot of that picture is not really the pulse of the community.
I couldn't agree more. I believe that it's amazing that one of the main issues they trot out is voting rights. So the only reason you vote is to protect your right to vote. It's a massive circular argument that only feeds the Democratic Party. We're a captured electorate. They depend so desperately on Black turnout, and they get these 90%, 90-10 splits with Black voters they don't get anywhere else, and they feel entitled to them. And any possibility of losing that, it's like, how dare you betray me? When in reality, again, thinking the complexity and the heterogeneity of the Black population, we're increasingly becoming secular. So the caricature of the Black souls to the polls, the Black chat's complex. And with that Black church vote, it's becoming more evangelical than traditional Baptists. So Some of those folks may have issues with some of the reproductive justice stuff, and that's Black women, right? But that challenges our caricatures of Black women as what we're being presented as the Kamala Harris, the Black Greek sorority, yes queen, souls to the polls type folks. Those people exist, but they're also just massive swaths of Black folks, especially Black men who are maybe formerly incarcerated, addicted, or disconnected from the traditional economy. Not only do they not turn out, Becky Pettit's book, Invisible Men, talks about the way we do our surveying.
This is turning into a revolution.
Percentage of poor working class
10
Black men
months.
do turn out.
We've
So
reached
Black men
double
turnout,
digits.
when you actually look at it, can be
Fat
as
guy
low as
named Tiny
20,
subscribed to your
35%.
channel for 10
When we're
months.
calling it
Thank you,
50%.
Tiny.
There's so many people who I see that if them actively voting no. I will not put my name into this system. I am voting no, that I reject the legitimacy of this system. That is a political act that's being read as political
Thank you.
I am curious because there's also this narrative that Black people are increasingly supporting Trump. And I don't know if there's any truth to that. I don't know if there's just because you're not enthusiastic anymore as much about the Democratic Party doesn't necessarily mean you're voting for a Republican. So I guess my question here is two-pronged. Is there growing support for the Republican Party and Donald Trump inside the Black community, which is what I think someone like, for example, Candace Owens is kind of, ambitiously pushing for with her platforms? And also, is there growing support in certain sectors of the Black community for the idea of third-party voting?
So I would say only at the margins. The vast majority of Black folks, whether we like it or not, are loyal Democrats. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I actually was on the college debate team with Nate Cohen, who does the polling at New York Times. So just in college, I just had a large engagement with polling through knowing him. And the polling is pretty consistent. There is some young Black progressive engagement with the Green Party and the Socialist Party that is real, but maybe more at the margins in big cities. Many of those are in blue states. And there, I will say there is a hustle grind set culture, especially amongst younger Black men, that has been more traditionally affiliated with the Republican Party. Now, whether that crosses over to Trump, I don't know. And I don't think it is this massive influence. What we know is, and this is what's happening, these are media people who are terrified that there are Black folks on YouTube that can get hundreds of thousands of millions of views that are not gatekept by them. So they're terrified by that. My experience is that typically actually doesn't have a lot of influence on voting because, unfortunately, again, a lot of those folks don't vote. And when you age into voting in the Black community, you age into voting through Democratic Party channels, through my kids are going to school, what's wrong with the schools? Who's helping the schools get money? The Democrats, right? So I would say that, again, the cultural impact of these Black manosphere conversations is deeply frightening to the political establishment, but in a way that doesn't reflect political shifts on the ground in aggregate.
I think that's an extraordinarily important point on a number of different elements. I want to turn to kind of a narrow question here before we let you go. But you referenced it a little bit earlier in terms of how she's approaching the issue of the criminal legal system. And, I just pulled up her, program for Black men. There's just a few things that strike me about law enforcement. I mean, one, saying that she says she wants to actually provide more money for the police to hire more cops, from the communities they serve. But look, you're in Baltimore. I lived in Baltimore. I lived in D.C. It's like a lot of the cops are already Black, and here we are. But then the other thing that really caught me is it said invest in proven community violence intervention programs. But then when you read the actual fine print, it talks about community-based organizations working with law enforcement to reduce violence and crime. But a lot of the best violence interruption programs actually explicitly don't work with law enforcement to be able to build trust with those in the community. And it just seems like so much of this approach is so rooted in maintaining the legitimacy of like the institution of the police at all cost, but just putting a little black gloss on it. I mean, it seems completely ridiculous in that it couldn't really speak to anyone who's on the, the bad end of the baton.
Yes, it is a deeply captured, almost perverse relationship where the suffering of our people the street violence we've been dealing with for decades is a cudgel used to force us into the co-option of that industry. So some of the folks doing that work are folks from Nation of Islam, folks who are formerly street affiliated, aka gang affiliated, who are adamant about not having that tied to police. But not only does Kamala talk about forcing them to engage the police, up to 60% of the money from the grants given to community violence intervention programs can be siphoned off by like the administrators and the evaluators and the technical assistance providers. So that's Johns Hopkins. That's nonprofit industrial complex. And I argue that's also, unfortunately, increasingly the Democratic Party's base of suburban college educated folks. So in her very agenda that claims to be the thing that is most giving money to what many people in community see as a critical issue of community violence, gun violence, that's also a setup for that industry to be co-opted by the nonprofit industrial complex, which is a jobs program for the new suburban college educated Democratic base. We've talked about that quite a bit here at LBS, about how this is a prime example of when you are a captured electorate. Even when they claim to adjust your needs, they're doing it in a way that has that interest convergence, as Derek Bell said, to feed their interest. We don't accept that. We build autonomously. We demand forms of local and state funding to actually keep those services community accountable. And we're going to do that in a Trump world or a Kamala world. And sadly, in a Trump world, people are going to, they can't depend on the feds anymore because the money will get cut off. And people will actually realize, oh, we have to do local control, state and local funding of these services, not beg the feds for money because the gravy train is going to crash. So it's complicated. We're going to organize no matter what. But I think that is a good example of critical issues being co-opted by the Democratic Party.
Well, as always, Lawrence Grand Prix, Director of Research at Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. It's an honor to have you here. Appreciate you giving us some of your time on the freedom side.
Thank you.
It is their job to earn my vote. It is not my job to fall in line.
Arab and Muslim voters in Michigan are ready to abandon the Democratic Party.
There's nothing worse than genocide. There is nothing worse than watching our babies' brains spilled out day in and day out, people being buried alive under the rubble. There's nothing worse than that.
Any candidate or any political party that has been complicit in providing political cover and material support for a genocide is not worth voting for.
We're back talking to voters in Dearborn, Michigan, home to the largest Arab American community in the U.S. When we came here last October, the Arab Americans we spoke to were adamantly anti-Biden. Now there's a new nominee and an even higher death toll in Gaza. We've returned 1 year later and are asking people how they're planning to vote in the presidential election.
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Lexis Zaidan is a Christian Palestinian-American activist who grew up in Dearborn.
My grandparents are all people who've been victims of the 1948 Nakba. My dad's family grew up in Jaffa, which a lot of people know as current-day Tel Aviv. A lot of them left Palestine and became refugees because of what happened in 1948 of being displaced out of their homes unjustly, unlawfully, in a way that was dehumanizing, and in a way that's happening to Palestinians in this very moment.
She says that the demographic in Dearborn has a unique perspective on the election.
And we see our parents that came from nothing, from war-torn countries that have been war-torn by our own tax dollars, still come here and create something for their family and contributed to a society that in a sense has betrayed them.
When we last spoke to her a few weeks after October 7th, Lexis was clear that she would not vote for Joe Biden. Now that Kamala Harris is the nominee, she says she and other people in the community don't know who they're going to vote for president.
People don't know what to do. And two options of a fascist like Trump and Harris, who was under an administration that directly funded this genocide.
Because of the way U.S. presidential elections and the Electoral College are set up, the candidate who wins the most votes in a state usually gets all the state's votes in the Electoral College. That means certain swing states like Michigan are more likely to sway the election.
We've been saying for months now that we want them to implement an arms embargo to, stop supporting the occupation and the killing of Palestinians. And that demand has clearly fallen on deaf ears, unfortunately. And so people almost feel like, what is there to do?
Lexis is one of the co-founders of the Uncommitted campaign, which asked voters to cast a protest vote against Joe Biden in the Democratic Party primaries. In Michigan's primary in February, more than 100,000 people voted uncommitted, many of them protesting the U.S. government's policy on Gaza. But now there's a new nominee.
And at the end of the day, you come down to this reality that there's Harris and there's Trump. My biggest thing is I want people to go to the polls and civically engage and vote. But also I want people to understand that what we do outside the ballot box is actually far more important than what we do inside the ballot box.
To Lexis, the movement is not just about making change, but also creating a space for those affected by the genocide.
In pain and trauma and grief, we forget to also pause and kind of breathe and really recognize that art and culture can help mobilize people.
When we met up with her, she was preparing a spoken word poem to perform at a rally.
And when someone asks me, where's my smile? I tell them I sent it to the children of Palestine 6,000 miles away. It's in the land where olive trees witness bombings each and every day, where the sun paint hues on resilient Palestinians who always find their way.
Michigan is home to more than 300,000 Arab Americans. Immigrants from present-day Syria and Lebanon came here in the beginning of the 20th century to work in car manufacturing factories. And with each outbreak of war and mass displacement in the Middle East, more and more Arab immigrants called Michigan home.
Dearborn is home to the largest Arab American population in the country. You know, if you drive down, just down the street, you'll see a lot of Arab American owned restaurants and businesses. This is the home of Arab America.
While in Dearborn, we also reconnected with Adam Abu Salah. Adam volunteered for the Biden campaign in 2020, but now Adam says he can't endorse the party.
This administration right now has continued to support Israel with their actions within the last 11 months and really haven't changed anything. So for us, you know, talking to our families back home, talking to people here in our community, we're really hurt by this administration. 40,000 people dead, 20,000 children dead. This is just too much for any of us to say, you know what, let's look past this and continue to support the Democratic Party.
When Joe Biden dropped out of the race and Kamala Harris became the nominee, Adam was initially hopeful. But he says he's been disappointed in the campaign statements since then.
You know, we hear a lot of talks about a ceasefire, but Kamala Harris and everybody, they say, you know, we want a ceasefire, and then what we want to see is a permanent ceasefire.
The week we traveled to Dearborn, the city was hosting ArabCon. At the convention, Arab political leaders and organizers were discussing the community's role in this year's election. Arab and Muslim voters overwhelmingly supported the Democratic Party in 2020. An estimated 69% of them voted for Biden in the last election. That helped Democrats in Michigan, where margins have historically been slim.
Obviously, to state that Donald Trump only won by 10,000 votes in 2016, and we just saw 101,000 people vote uncommitted. So this is definitely a state that Democrats should be paying attention to. You know, I know right now in the polls, Kamala Harris is up, but guess what? Hillary Clinton, a week before elections, was up 10% in Michigan, and she ended up losing to Donald Trump by 10,000 votes.
Now, a recent national poll puts Kamala Harris's support with the Muslim community at 30%, and that's tied with the percentage of Muslim Americans who say they're planning on voting for Jill Stein and the Green Party. And that number includes Adam.
You know, the Arab and Muslim community knows very well what a Trump presidency looks like. Many people in this community were impacted by the Trump presidency. He is a threat to our country. He's a threat to our democracy. So we also need to talk about Kamala Harris being a threat to our democracy and the Democratic Party being a threat to our democracy. As it stands right now, I'm going to vote for Jill Stein. Right now, we have a choice between candidates who have been continuous supporters of Netanyahu and the genocide that's going on. And we also have a candidate who has called this a genocide. I really don't understand why Democrats would think that out of the three candidates, we would go with them.
And some of the people we spoke to at ArabCon echoed Adam's sentiment.
I'm a registered Democrat, but I am voting for Jill Stein.
It's important to show that the two options that we're presented with aren't necessarily our only two options.
I'm definitely not voting for genocide, so I definitely will be voting for an independent candidate who supports my belief.
If we give away that principle, which is what we would be doing by voting for Harris or Trump for that matter, then we've acquiesced to genocide.
The Democratic Party's refusal to hold Israel accountable has even caused longtime supporters to question their loyalty. Ali Dagher is a Lebanese-American lawyer working in Dearborn. He's a lifelong Democrat and has been volunteering in presidential campaigns since the 80s.
One of the best campaigns I've ever worked on was the Obama campaign. I loved it because it was pure passion. We went to the convention. It was amazing to see an African-American become president, especially with a guy whose name was Barack Hussein Obama. This galvanized my kids, this galvanized all of us into believing in the spirit of the Democratic Party and its values.
We traveled to Michigan before Israel escalated its attack on Lebanon. Israel has killed at least 2,000 people in Lebanon in the past year.
Oh
One of those
God,
victims
Christina,
being
gross.
Lebanese-American Kamil Jawad from Dearborn.
What'd
The
you
majority of
tell
people
him?
of Arab descent in Dearborn have ties to Lebanon, including Ali, who still has family in the south.
It's going to be a close election. I really don't know how things are going to go. I think the Arab American community is likely not to vote for Harris. I'm fairly certain of that. If the war had stopped a couple of weeks ago or it stopped a month ago, there may have been some time for reconsideration. The killing that's going on in Gaza, the killing that's going on in that entire region is just wrong. There is some amount of betrayal that I felt. I don't know how I'm going to vote. I'm not going to lie to you. In my heart, I don't want Trump to win. I think he's not just a disaster for Arab Americans, but he's also a disaster for all Americans. Deep in my heart, I'm rooting for her.
Ali's family history is deeply tied to Michigan's labor unions, which are known for having a significant influence on the outcome of elections. Ali's father was a member of the United Auto Workers Union, UAW for short, which often is vocal in state and federal politics.
And if it wasn't for him getting a job as a UAW worker, we'd be living in poverty. And that's why I'm 100% supporter of labor. I march with them. I do whatever I can to be a part of the union. You can't live in this area without being in some form impacted by the UAW.
The union endorsed Kamala Harris for president, but also called for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine and Israel.
We're the grandkids and children of the UAW. And by calling for an immediate ceasefire, the UAW did stand up and do the right thing. And we're hoping that UAW continues to influence the administration.
While the majority of UAW members voted for Joe Biden in 2020, it's unclear how its endorsement will influence the upcoming election.
We want a president that's going to tell someone like Netanyahu, you don't own the United States Congress. And we need the American people to regain the power that has been lost. We need our country back. That's the problem here. Is she that person? I don't know.
And that sentiment of I don't know is what we heard a lot at ArabCon.
It's a time in history in American politics where we're choosing from the bottom of the barrel.
Disappointed is an understatement, for Kamala's position on Gaza. And at the same time, I think Donald Trump would be disastrous for our country.
The reality is it is a Democratic administration that is funding and excusing genocide. It is a Democratic administration that is allowing the biggest land grab in the West Bank in 20 years. It's really hard to look at somebody in my community and say, it's going to be worse. The genocide is going to be worse.
Men, women, and children are being slaughtered, and we're paying for it, and we're funding it, and it's our weapons. That's my main issue.
Do I want to stop Donald Trump from becoming president again? Or do I want to, vote my conscience and demonstrate also the power of the Arab American and Muslim vote?
That feeling of uncertainty is present for Lexis and the Uncommitted campaign as well.
The campaign, VP Harris, the administration, they have repeatedly said to us that they actually don't want us to mobilize their people, that they're willing to put those votes on the table. They don't want the resistance in the party. They want to be able to navigate and operate in a way where nobody's pushing back against their inhumane and unjust policies.
The Uncommitted campaign refused to endorse any presidential candidate for this election.
Yeah,
but it also said it would not recommend voting third party.
If Harris does not move as it relates to policy, I cannot come out and endorse Harris. It's just not something I can do. And as it relates to third party, I just can't, in my good conscience, recommend a vote for a third party. And in my personal assessment, voting third party is a vote that's almost serving as a protest vote against people that feel very angry, and rightfully so, against the decisions that the Democratic Party has made. But the question I put back on people is, what does that decision do for saving Palestinian lives right now?
Some in the Arab and Muslim community were angered by the Uncommitted campaign's refusal to endorse any third-party candidate. But as more and more Arab and Muslim voters stop being loyal to the Democratic Party, it could make Kamala Harris's path to the White House extremely difficult. No matter who wins the presidency in the US, Lexis doesn't think US foreign policy in the Middle East will change, which is why she says she's focused on the day after the election.
We far too often react in a moment of crises. What infrastructure are we building right now so we don't have to be reactive to things that are happening, that we have enough infrastructure built to create influence, to create change? What are we doing as a community on the very next day after the election to grow our movement? And so for me, I want to see that movement continue to grow. I want to see coalitions build across communities of color, across lines of difference, and to see the influence that movements from the people in the streets to the student encampments to what Uncommitted has done, to see the influence that it has had on people across not just our country, but the globe. And the way people are courageously speaking up for Palestine, like that's truly a silver lining, and that shows me that we're doing exactly what needs to be done.
If we're not open to learning from each other and we're just going into our corners and yelling and screaming, you are also unattractive to people who are not, involved in politics. I mean, the working class should not be confused by the meaningless debates of people in the left. You want to appeal to people. You want to be an appealing political tendency. You want to have a sensibility that people say, I want to be a part of that. But if you're bickering about Bukharin or some disagreement about, Rubin's book on Marx's theory of value, you're just being an elitist and you're not capable of understanding the need to be capacious. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have principles. You must have principles, and you must just,
How are you doing?
accede to somebody's views because you're friends. Have principles, but be a decent person. You can't build a left if you're just yelling and screaming and tearing people down. Nobody likes that. So I think that element of perhaps it's more on social media, but I don't think so. This is also hugely there in sectarian groups.
Yeah, I don't know about
And then
that.
also I'm sorry to use a word like this, but it has a lot to do with maturity. As you get older, you understand that your minor differences with XYZ shouldn't define your political horizon.
Yeah, like, I was going to be catching strays early.
Okay, so Vijay, we read through your book, and personally, I found the book to be a succinct yet thorough analysis of Cuba's turbulent relationship with its neighbor to the north. While the book is short in overall length, it masterfully condenses a number of broad topics into a compact and easily digestible package. As someone who has read numerous books on the subject of Cuba, I can say that On Cuba provides a fresh and insightful chronicling of Cuba's valiant perseverance in defiance of the colossal and unscrupulous pressure from the United States. Whether you're an experienced reader on the subject of Cuba, or this would be your introduction to the topic, On Cuba is an indispensable contribution to the analysis of one of the most impressive socialist projects in history. So we really, really enjoyed the book.
Thanks a lot. That's extremely moving. Thanks a lot.
All right, great. So just to get into some of the questions, like, obviously we want to talk about the book and the specifics of the book, but I actually just had one question, and that's like, I have to ask about your co-author, Noam Chomsky. What is it like to collaborate with one of the most renowned and high-profile political commentators of our time?
Yeah, obviously it's extremely exciting, and it's the fruit of a long relationship and friendship. I got to know him in the 1990s when I was, pretty active traveling to different places. I'm still active traveling, but I would go
I just saw you in New York.
Yeah, but I would go to way more dangerous places earlier in my life when I was younger and cover wars and so on. And I found it valuable to write to him. After I sort of first began to correspond with him, I found it useful to write to him, write him an email and say, I'm in Turkey, I'm in the south east, there's Turkish planes have been bombing Kurdish positions. This is what I'm learning. And then from far away, he would give me advice. He would give me his perspective. He'd write and tell me, I was in Turkey 10 years ago, and this is what I experienced. I gave a lecture in Istanbul. So, over the years, that was our relationship. I would go to all these crazy places, to Iraq, in the middle of a war, to Libya, and I would sort of report to him personally and tell him, this is what I'm finding. And then I would, listen to his lectures, and it was interesting how he would incorporate some of the conversation because it was his way of also learning about things from the ground. The idea of The Withdrawal, which is the first book we did together, came from the publisher. It was not our idea. And I was really quite ecstatic when Noam said to me, well, why don't we do this together? Because, Iraq, Afghanistan on the ground, and I know effectively the US, foreign policy narratives and so on. I can break those down. So that was a treat. And, over the course of that book, we got into a rhythm where we would learn to talk, in our long conversations and record them and realize that, when two people talk, it's not actually a book. It's just two people chatting. And, he had the faith in me to take those transcripts of our conversation, which were thousands of pages long, and shape it into a book. And then, when we did the withdrawal, basically, that's not the exact transcript of the conversation. That would be dull because we'd be repeating things and so on. I mean, Noam Chomsky doesn't always talk in full paragraphs. He has digressions and he has interesting, analysis that will come in, and then he goes back to points and so on. So it was useful to be able to edit it. And The Withdrawal is a crafted book. It's not it's not just a transcript. And so when we decided to do this text on Cuba, I mean, he was very upset by the U.S. policy that, when the U.S.
Hey, you
took
gotta take
Cuba
those
back
wins where
onto
you
the state-sponsored
can, right?
terrorism list. That really bothered Noam, actually, that particular act. He saw it to be, excessively vindictive. And I agreed with him. We wrote a statement saying this is ridiculous, whatever. When we did that book, again, we talked for hours and hours and hours and thousands of pages of transcript, but it was really inadequate because, he would say things like, well, John Adams, said the following. And, I felt, look, in fact, people don't know about that. It would be useful to quote from Adams, to have the actual language, not, when Noam will say somewhere in the thing in 61, there's a line where somebody said this. And I thought, no, wait, let's pause the manuscript and actually quote from the US State Department text or the transcript of a conversation with Kennedy. So basically what I did was I downloaded Noam's brain on Cuba, and then I went out there and filled in a lot of the gaps. And then I wrote in sections of my own experiences on the ground in Cuba. And in order to have a little more Noam than you'd get, we had those block quotes of his voice. So these are crafted books, and he actually preferred that because Noam has done a lot of interview books. But if you read those books, they are not, just to be quite clear, they are actually transcripts of conversations. And those are harder for people to read because you might as well just listen to the conversation.
Right.
A book should be crafted, and that's what we decided. Even an interview book should not be a transcript. It should be crafted because the reader must be given a certain amount of respect that, when he says, oh yeah, there was like an attack there were so many attacks, against Cuba in the 60s. Well, the reader wants to know what were some of them like. And so I filled that in and said, there was this motorboat that went off the shore of a hotel and they just machine gunned the beach and, things like that, which are like, really? That stuff happened? That just doesn't seem real. And if you just leave it at, hey, listen, they did these terrible things, you don't get a granular sense of how weird some of the attacks were. So really, that's what it's like. It's a real pleasure, and it breaks my heart that Noam had a stroke right after we finished working on the book, and that it breaks my heart that we can't just chat whenever I want to. He's still playing with his dog, and I go see him every once in a while. But old age is terrible.
Yeah. So I just have one kind of a follow-up question on your relationship with Noam, and I hope that it's kind of like healthy for kind of the left broadly to ask this question and to address it, but there's like a somewhat long-standing leftist political discourse, a rift within the discourse between the libertarian socialist and the Marxist Leninist. Chomsky has made certain criticisms of Lenin and the Soviet Union, which in my estimation is somewhat of a divergence from your perspective, as evidenced by your books Red Star Over the Third World and your selected writings of Lenin. Can you describe the process of collaboration and friendship with Noam despite these disagreements on the legacy of the Soviet project? And I ask this question not to stoke the flames of leftist infighting, but on the contrary, to fight against that stereotype and use you and Noam as an example of left unity. And for the record, I find his works to be indispensable. His collaborations with you, his collaborations with Ilan Pappé on Gaza and Palestine. I'm a big fan of all these works, and I think he's quite valuable. So I'm not saying this because I'm trying to get you to feed into any controversy, but I want that type of kind of immature bickering to kind of be quelled a little bit.
I probably wouldn't be here if not for the works of Noam Chomsky that are on
Exactly.
Well, there's that. I mean, look, firstly, I would like to challenge your use of the word somewhat, because you said somewhat divergence. I mean, I think we have a fundamental divergence on the analysis of Lenin and the Soviet Union and communist history and so on. Fundamental disagreements, but not somewhat. That's crazy. Okay, no, and I think it's healthy to have disagreements with people that you admire. First, I just want to say that, just as you said, we wouldn't be here without somebody like that, towering influence in so many of our lives, most profound critique of the whole basis of US foreign policy was conducted by Chomsky. His text, The Responsibility of Intellectuals, from God, way back, the 1970s, and 60s, his immense critiques of the US positions on Vietnam and all of that, of course. Look, I always look for commonalities rather than for differences. That's my personal view of the world. The left eats itself apart with searching for minor differences, and sometimes not so minor differences, but it eats itself apart. And I search for commonalities. And also, I believe that friendship is very important in the world of humans, not just, of intellectuals, but humans. Friendship is to be cherished and is important. I have friends who believe the exact opposite of what I believe in. I cherish my friends. I don't want to only be friends with people that are like me, because then I'm just being narcissistic, just being friends with me. I want friends who, challenge me, who entertain me, and I don't mean that I like to get into big political arguments. I have friends who are capitalists, and we discuss things, and they tell me things that I wouldn't know otherwise, about, let's say, what's happening in the world of banks. I mean, the day of the financial crisis started, that Sunday, a friend of mine who works for a very big bank in New York City called me up and said, tomorrow is going to be a shit show. And I said, why? He said that I think one, if not two banks are going to close. And he started telling me not any details. It's not insider trading. I don't have capital to invest. I didn't make money on the bank, just to be quite clear. But he was telling me, no, he was telling me, basically what he was going through, and that they were at work and they were looking through things, and they were looking for toxic assets in their books. And that was interesting to me, and he was heartsick by the level of toxic assets. We shared that in common. He's a human being, but we disagree fundamentally on a range of things. So I don't see any problem with that. I mean, you build commonalities, and in terms of left theory, I have enormous problems with the approach of anarchism, enormous problems. But there are things to be learned from anarchists. There's something to be learned from anarchism's critique of communism. There's something to be learned. If we're not open to learning from each other, and we're just going into our corners and yelling and screaming, you are also unattractive to people who are not, involved in politics. I mean, the working class should not be confused by the meaningless debates of people in the left. You want to appeal to people. You want to be an appealing political tendency. You want to have a sensibility that people say, I want to be a part of that. But if you're bickering about Bukharin or some disagreement about, Rubin's book on Marxist theory of value, you're just being an elitist, and you're not capable of understanding the need to be capacious. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have principles. You must have principles, and you mustn't just, accede to somebody's views because you're friends. Have principles, but be a decent person. You can't build a left if you're just yelling and screaming and, tearing people down. Nobody likes that. So I think that element of, perhaps it's more on social media, but I don't think so. This is also hugely there in sectarian groups.
Right.
And then also I'm sorry to use a word like this, but it has a lot to do with maturity. As you get older, you understand that your minor differences with XYZ shouldn't define your political horizon. You need a broad horizon in order to build massive social change. Noam and I disagree about Lenin, okay?
Yeah.
But Noam respects Lenin because Lenin made a revolution. A lot of people who attack Lenin didn't make a revolution. Lenin did.
I'd say most. Okay, so next.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Cook. I'm running for Congress here in the 3rd Congressional District. We'll see you guys. It's long days.
We gotta get going
Yeah, I'll
here,
give you one
y'all.
of these.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Yeah, nice to meet you.
I'll be working all day today on the campaign.
Hopefully you vote for me.
And then I work at 4 o'clock tonight, and then I wait tables until about 9 or 10 o'clock, and then I go home and go to bed, and then I do it all over again.
Rebecca Cook is a waitress from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and she's arguably one of the most important people in American politics right now.
We've got election coming up, so an important one.
Her election could decide which party controls the U.S. Congress.
Small business owner who grew up on an Eau Claire dairy farm.
The Trump-endorsed Republican, Derek Van Orden.
Experts predict this year's race will be even tighter.
This is where I've been waitressing for the last couple of years while I've been running for Congress.
Do we not have any more mop heads?
For me, it's necessary. I mean, I'm a working class candidate.
Some of these tables are wonky.
I still have to pay my bills while I'm running.
So you have to put coasters on there.
Cook is running in a purple state in a purple district, Wisconsin's 3rd, currently represented by a right-wing Republican.
Derek, who is an incredible congressman. I don't know if there's somebody running against him or not.
Well, there is. And her background, a 4-H champion, a former small business owner, and a waitress, is not the typical path to the House.
I frankly believe that we need more working class voices in Congress.
At a time when the typical U.S. representative is worth 14 times more than the median American household, could the answer to reclaiming the People's House be running real working class candidates in contested districts? Rebecca Cook wants to be proof.
And I think that there's a lot of value in having working class voices in DC because failed policies are ones that we've lived.
This is my home. This is like where I grew up. This is the family farm that I was raised on. A big reason why I'm running for office is because of this place, so.
Wisconsin's dairy farmers face a crisis.
More than 400 dairy farms in Wisconsin closed last year.
A new report shows Wisconsin has lost more than 1,800 dairy farms since President Trump took office in 2017.
Like a lot of Wisconsin farmers, we had to sell our cows because of the price of milk and competition with larger dairies, which was tough. This is where for years and years our cows were, where we would come out and you'd have them like come into the barn. And it was really great work. Like my dad did everything that he did with a lot of pride.
I mean, we've had a farm in this district for 150 years. So when you lose a business like that, it's not just losing a business, but it's a part of your traditions and heritage and your way of life. I'm running for Congress because I want to take on corporate monopolies that have really robbed us of those traditions and of our farming heritage.
The smaller family-run operations, 100 cows or less, have pretty much disappeared.
Larry Bjork is a farmer in nearby Menominee.
I'll take up the silage pile, and then you can look around at the neighborhood.
From up on his farm, he showed us just how devastated his own community has been.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not milking cows, not having a family operation. One behind those trees, cook farm.
A lot of farms that used to be dairy farms, and none of them are dairy farms.
None of them are dairy farms.
No. Okay. And what are the forces that are driving people to do that?
You have to be in a situation where you can borrow money to buy more land so you can feed more cows.
You have to get big.
Just to get big to survive. And most guys say, the heck with it, and have said the heck with it.
How could we address that larger issue of monopolization?
Yeah, I think it's about enforcing antitrust laws. So you see a lot of hyper-consolidation across the agricultural industry. Like right now you have 4 main meat processors, for example. And so ensuring that we can even the playing field so that we're keeping it competitive. You're always going to have the big guys. The big guys are always going to be there. But how can you make it so that it evens the playing field for other people to be able to have a foot in the door, to be able to earn a living, and to be able to have the quality of life that they want?
But my grandmother and mother always took an apple to the Northern Wisconsin State Fair with a contest who had the biggest apple.
Gotcha. How'd they fare?
I think they did really well.
Yeah.
Larry has endorsed Rebecca Cook.
Well, Rebecca will be the only Democrat that I'll be voting for. I mean, I will vote for President Trump. I like his policies from 4 years ago, and I really like his vice president.
And that's kind of the whole thing about a purple district. Wisconsin's 3rd had gone blue in every presidential election since 1988 until
Fox News is projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin.
And even then, when Trump won the district, the longtime Democratic representative here still won his race. But in 2022,
a new face will represent Wisconsin's 3rd congressional district.
With an open seat, Derek Van Orden rode the Trump base to victory.
The one man that's going to save this country, President Donald J. Trump!
Van Orden is best known for shouting lies at President Biden during the State of the Union, berating young Senate pages, and attending the Stop the Steal rally in D.C. on January 6th.
He's never lived on a dairy farm. He's never had to sell his cows because of the price of milk. That's a perspective that I bring. And if you want to try to win people over, maybe I'm that Democrat that does.
Because it's a calf that was born a week ago that needs me to get her on her feet, and then she can find where her breakfast is. A little wobbly yet, huh?
We asked Larry, a Trump voter, how she earned his vote.
The old thing on every political race is this candidate is most like me. If anyone would have knowledge on agricultural issues, it would be her. She's looking for the udder.
What would it mean for you knowing someone like that would be representing you in
It would be
Congress?
real. It would be assuring to me. I mean, it even might make me a Democrat. Now that'd be really, hard to do right now. Here, baby. Well, you'll find it.
It's interesting talking to a farmer like Larry. I just kept thinking all politics is identity politics. He's going to vote for Rebecca Cook in this race because he sees her as someone who comes from the same background he does, represents the region and the community that he's a part of, and he trusts her fundamentally to represent him. I mean, one way to think about the election in this district is how many Larrys are going to come out to vote for Rebecca. It's a video.
All right. So really quickly again,
Hi, I work with Rebecca Cook's campaign. She's running for Congress here in River Falls. Are you familiar with her? Oh, okay.
Cook calls herself a moderate.
I'm running as a Democrat, but a pretty middle-of-the-road Democrat. So,
What exactly does moderate mean for a candidate that's running on the PRO Act, reproductive rights, breaking up big ag, and raising the minimum wage?
I think a lot of the things that I'm talking about are not that far out there. I think those are just kitchen table issues. If I ask somebody what are you worried about and what is keeping you up at night? They'd probably say, well, I have this really big healthcare bill that I'm worried about. The housing prices have really gone up and it's really tough to find a place to live. When I'm talking about housing and those types of things, it's not it doesn't, again, just affect people that are Democrats. It's affecting everybody. I'm Rebecca Cook. I'm running for Congress here. I think that DC is full of a lot of career politicians and elites that are out of touch with regular working people.
In the last decade, working class support for Democrats has steadily eroded. Depending on how you see it, it's led to, or is reflective of, a party leadership sometimes distant from bread and butter issues.
There's a member of Congress from my own delegation that looked down on the fact that I'm a waitress and that I work for a living and that this is what I do. Thanks for calling The Good Wife, so I can help you.
What do you make an hour working?
Yeah, so I make $8 an hour plus tips, but the tip minimum wage in Wisconsin is $2.33 an hour. Great, I have you down then for 3 at 6 p.m. Hourly wage.
$8 an hour for a waitress isn't bad.
When I get to Congress is to increase the federal minimum wage to at least $15 an hour.
Because I'm a server and bartender at my job, I think we get $4.33 an hour instead of $2.
Sarah Glassow works 5 jobs in Eau Claire to make ends meet.
Wow.
Babysitting, daycare, house cleaning, the farmer's market, and waiting tables like Cook.
She talked about her mom having a heart attack and needing surgery and how much it cost. The same thing happened to my dad a little over a year ago, where he had to have a quadruple bypass, and his medical bills are astounding. And just the short period of time, and thankfully my parents are in a position that they're able to pay off the bills slowly, but for some people that would be the step that leads them into homelessness.
There's a lot of people like myself. I'm on the exchange and I have catastrophic health insurance. But that's what I'm able to afford, and it doesn't cover much. So thinking about how can we improve the Affordable Care Act as it stands without totally blowing it up. We have to protect Medicare and expand Medicare to ensure that it's a social safety net that so many seniors really rely on. My perspective, I think we need to expand it for regular things that deteriorate as you age, like hearing, dental, and vision, to expand that. My parents will go down to Mexico. They plan a once-a-year trip to get their dental work done because it's cheaper to do there than it is in our own country.
I like the idea of people that care about the working class, because that's what all of us are.
I've only talked to her at a county fair one time, and I says, are you going to be a Democrat that I'll think I made a mistake on? And she told me that she will be moderate Democrat. I don't think she used the term old school, but that was kind of the feeling that I was getting. Here, big brown Swiss heifer.
What does old school Democrat mean to you?
Old school Democrat means to me is that they are involved with working class people. And maybe an old school Democrat would keep us out of entanglements now. And now we seem to be so tied up in all these foreign things that we're doing that we ain't got enough money to help the people that just got clobbered with a hurricane. I don't think an old school Democrat will let that happen.
Thanks so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see
Hey everyone, and today I really wanted to talk about radical hope and the importance of having a commitment to hope, because I'm sure you're all just as sick and tired as I am of constantly being inundated with so many messages of what a dark and horrible place the world is supposed to be, and from climate change and poverty and inequality, political powers are doing absolutely nothing about these crises. Every time we go on our phones, it's this portal for news-induced despair, and I feel there's this sort of collective depression, this apocalyptic sensibility that we're constantly inundated with, this sense that we're all doomed and there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. And at the same time, suffering is fetishized and hope and optimism is seen as naive and delusional. And I know a lot of people are probably thinking hope is just an abstract, unimportant emotion. Why are we talking about this? But I think that hopelessness is actually a powerful political force, because the extent to which we're likely to try and create a better world is to a large extent contingent upon us believing that a better world is possible, believing that it's worth engaging in some capacity. Despair, pessimism, hopelessness can be so paralyzing because it robs us of our sense of agency, and we've lost far too.
Were you really planning on streaming this on Monday? Or everyone close your ear holes. Watch some. So cute. Play this. Okay.
Much rather that you speak to me in a different language.
Heaven on earth is broken.
Okay.
I wanna give birth to words unspoken, but I'm choking. Everybody trying to be seen on screen, force feed me a scene. I'm just trying to intervene. Too deep for the mainstream, too street for Ivy Leagues. University is robbing money, still buying coffee, no cream. Telling him and my color of melanin. Got soul, but not a whole lot of green. Too few stop to think. They're busy building the machines. Accumulate the sense, common sense to me. To pennies rhyme nightly, easy. I'm tired of the same old chick. Cookie cut that ish, copy paste generic. Locate my remix and my wordplay twist. Turn the page, study my resist.
Brushing by every shoulder. I hope I'm getting bolder. But as I'm brushing by every shoulder, I hope I'm getting bolder.
Call a girl a bitch loud, I'm so rude. In a man's world, working harder than the dude. Do your mathematics, stats on the masses. Equations, you can't claim on her taxes.
I hope you guys have a great Saturday.
Too fast while the time is ticking. Murdered and missing. Too many women, too many queens dead on the scene. Never forgotten, forever missed. I remember you on my canvas. Paint your crown, loud and proud, misunderstood. With this world flip attitudes, didn't exclude more gratitude. Indigenous life misconstrued the truth. I used to pray to a white God, now I head nod church in the booth. Cause God isn't no limit, she's in his Adidas. Dancing nowhere and in between us, anonymous too. Androgynous, you and I see. Why do we divide and conquer? Why do we divide and conquer? Why do we divide and conquer?
As I'm brushing by every shoulder, I hope I'm getting bolder. But as I'm brushing by every shoulder, I hope I'm getting bolder.
Why does it seem like I can never finish? Like I'm only up for glimpses, expression on the surface. If I'm worth it, don't mean I'm perfect. I'm pushing out a limit, I ain't trying to stay in it. They say you're ungrateful, you think too far ahead. Don't you see what's right in front of you? Use your head. I use my heart instead. I never traded for a ticket till you're walking dead. Drop my heart in every track, watch it overflow. Blood, sweat, tears on my mic at the show. Could drown any motherfucker in my ill flow. They'll just say I'm really good, but girl, though